Good evening. Welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Ford.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teeter.
Here.
Councilmember Madera.
Here.
Councilmember Frank.
Present.
Councilmember Diaz. Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Councilmember Huseman.
Present.
Councilmember Elliott.
Present.
Councilmember Hortiola.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. For the record, we are missing one council person tonight. They're on vacation with their family. I'm open for a motion to excuse Mr. Diaz. Mr. Teeter.
I'd like to make a motion to excuse Councilman Mr. Diaz for June 4th, 2018.
Mr. Huseman.
Second motion to excuse Councilman Diaz.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask everybody to stand for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask the staff to pass the microphone around, allow the audience to introduce themselves.
Joe DiLorenzo.
Rebecca DiLorenzo.
Shirley Henney.
Terry Keel.
Michelle Keel.
Al Cordova, American Legion.
Kathy Cordova, American Legion Auxiliary.
Jennifer Palmieri.
David Bowie.
Sean Quavo.
Megan Quavo. Alyssa Mates.
Ryan Mates.
Lisa Goodmanson.
Judy Doris.
John Kuchar, South Adams County Water District.
Jim Jones.
Rachel Sheridan.
Melissa Molinaro.
Mike Molinaro.
Rich Coolidge.
Shannon Walsh.
Bill Halterman.
Jake Trammell.
John Emler.
Jim Wycombe.
Lois Clay, class of 68.
Mike Kaiser, Class 68.
Nancy Chestnut.
Rita Thompson Barber.
Bud Schwab.
Pam Meyer. Dee Dee Smith.
Tom Kruger.
Debbie Kruger.
Timothy Paraso.
Laura Paraso.
Dan Haley.
Angela Van Dyke.
Genesee Penny. Miracle Thister. Teresa Eskridge.
Linda Andalsik, Adams City High School, class of 1968.
Dan DiGiacomo. Ditto.
Judy Walters, class of 68. Eloise Galizzi.
Tony Vigil, Class 68.
Carol True.
Mark True.
Norm Union.
Janet Union.
Michelle Claymore, ED Director.
Tom Green.
Name is Gilbert Trujillo.
Dave Balfe.
Jim McTurnan.
Ryan Rudin.
Jesse Mateka.
Dattatray Mahajan.
Brody Leggett.
Lindsay Spinuzzi.
Bent Bobble.
Robert Schmitz.
Barb Schmitz. Becky Schmitz.
Bob Heller.
Kathy Stark.
Wayne's, North Clarence.
Jody Hardy, City Manager's Office.
Great, thank you all for being here tonight. I know some folks have come in after we got started, but we'll get into the agenda. Thank you. First item on the agenda is our proclamations and recognitions portion of the meeting. We're going to recognize the 2018 Memorial Day Parade winners to start off. I would like to invite Councilman Douglas to introduce the parade committee.
Yes, it's I myself, Councilman Steve Douglas, and Councilwoman Crystal Elliott. Sorry.
Thank you. She's probably going to hold it against you for forgetting her name. Cheryl? Is Cheryl here? Cheryl, ready?
Good evening, Mayor Ford and
Yeah, is
members
Cheryl
of
here?
City
Go ahead.
Council.
Go ahead.
I'm Jody Hardy. I'm going to be presenting the Memorial Day Parade winners with the help of Councilman Douglas and Councilwoman Elliott tonight. We had 82 entries this year and 4 Grand Marshals. Our 4 Grand Marshals were Richard and Barbara Brutig, Eric Goodmanson, and his wife Lisa Goodmanson is in the audience tonight, as well as Cyrus Timothy Warner. So we'll kick things off with the Most Creative Award, celebrating the best use of imagination and innovation in keeping with Memorial Day. We have the Comparison Project came in first place. Lakewood Riding Club came in second, and third place was Foothills Young Marines. I don't believe anyone from those groups are here tonight, so we'll move on to Most Patriotic Award, and if I do call your name, please come to the front and stand on the stage, and then we'll take a group photo and I'll present your award. So for Most Patriotic, which represents the best depiction honoring our military past, present, or future, first place we have Broomfield Detachment and Mountain View Young Marines. And if Councilwoman Elliott would like to come down and present this one. And you all also received second place in the Best of Parade Award category as well. In Most Patriotic, for second place, we have American Legion Post and Auxiliary 151. So the American Legion Post received a couple of awards tonight. They received third place in the Best of Parade Award. They received second place in Most Patriotic and first place for our Grand Marshals Award. For the Community Spirit Award, first place, the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, yeah. Monster truck. Yeah, that's Phil Wilson's truck. Was it? Yeah, it's in the roller. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Also in the Community Spirit Award, second place winner was Commerce City Historical Society. Is anyone here from the Historical Society? Oh. And third place in Community Spirit was Iglesia Cristiana Jehovah Amy Guerrero Church. I believe anyone's from the church. And finally, in the Best of Parade Award, first place, North Glen Elks, number 2438. And the Elks also received third place in the Most Patriotic Award category. So we have another award for you tonight. And if I can have you all just go back up on the stage and we'll get a group photo.
Why don't the rest of the council come on down front?
Where we feel like we're in church, right?
Yep.
Sit down, stand up. Sit down.
And I just want to quickly note that next year is our 55th annual Memorial Day Parade. So we look forward to seeing everyone next year, and thank you all to everyone who participated.
All right. Thank you. All right. Next item is a proclamation. Need to ask Mr. Ken Koger to please come forward to the podium. Ken, come on up. Let him do this one on his own. All right, Ken, just hang out there for a second. We are pleased to be able to consider a proclamation for Mr. Ken Koger for all his years of service serving for South Adams Fire District Board. I've known him most of my life, as many people in this community have, and the efforts that he put into this community in safety and well-being of the constituents within the community. I'd like at this time to ask the city attorney to read the proclamation.
Whereas the South Adams County Fire District plays a vital community role providing emergency fire suppression, rescue services, and public education, and whereas the district's success is a result of consistent and progressive leadership by the elected Board of Directors, whereas Ken Koger joined the Board of Directors as president in 2006 following a 20-year career that included serving as a volunteer firefighter, lieutenant, captain, assistant chief, and chief, and whereas the district achieved numerous accomplishments during his tenure, including construction of 3 new fire stations and a training center, purchase of all current in-service apparatus and staff vehicles, remodeling of 4 existing facilities, relocation and construction of district headquarters, and hiring of district staff following the passage of a dedicated mill levy in 2013. And whereas Mr. Koger's term on the South Adams County Fire District's Board of Directors concludes this year, and the City Council wishes to recognize him for his many years of service to Commerce City. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City recognizes Ken Koger for his selfless public service to ensure the safety of our community.
Thank you. I'm open for a motion. Mr. Teeter.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proclamation for Ken Koger.
Thank you. Mr. Huseman.
I'd like to second the motion for the proclamation for Mr. Ken Koger, for thankful for his service.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by saying nay. Motion is carried. I want to give this time for an opportunity for the City Council to comment before I turn it over to Ken, and then we'll go down and take some pictures. Mr. Teeter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to look forward to speaking to this gentleman here. If I'm not mistaken, I was this gentleman's training officer many years ago, and he was one of my firefighters, as well as the next gentleman coming up here that was a shining star for this district, this fire department, and also for the fire department. He was one of these people that you could count on getting out of bed 2 o'clock in the morning, no matter what the call was. If it was in his area, he was going. And I know I had over 13,000 fire calls, and I know Ken's going to be right up there with me, somewhere in the area of 13,000 fire calls. He also had 34 years on the fire district, as I did, and it did a great job, Ken. I know you know it, and you took on the obligation of turning this fire department from an all-volunteer fire department to a now career-paid fire department, and I was so happy you took that on, and I didn't have to in my time, and but you took it on. So you got a lot to be proud of, and I'm very proud of you myself.
Awesome. Thank you.
Ken, you know, you have a lot of support behind you from the fire department. The chief, who's doing a great job, all these firefighters who go out and do their job respectfully in our community, always trying to do their best to keep people safe. As a board member, you helped them achieve what they've achieved. I know being in public office, you don't achieve anything without the support of others around you. And you have helped support this fire department for many, many years. And some of the credit for the ISO rating and everything else goes to you for your work. Yes, we get to see them every day when the fire truck rolls out to a call, but we used to get to see you. And this community has changed a lot in 35 years. And you were able to grow with the growth of this community and be able to change as we needed change. And I personally want to thank you for all your dedication and efforts to the city of Commerce City. Now, Ken, do you have anything you want to say before we come down?
Well, yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. I feel overwhelmed receiving this tonight, and it's, you know, 34 years, it's not just me. We have a whole team of 5 board members, our fire chief and our lieutenants. There's a short amount of them behind me. Them are the gentlemen who are doing they're the worker bees. And everything we accomplished was because of these gentlemen and ladies. I'll gladly accept this, but I want everybody to be aware it's a team effort.
I appreciate that, and I can tell you that that's exactly what a true leader would do, is give accolades to everybody else around him. But you are deserving of this, and we're proud as a community to be able to recognize you tonight.
Let's keep him there. We'll get him and Randy together.
Yep. What we're going to do, Ken, is I'm going to have you just slide over to the side, and we'll have you and Randy both come up, and we'll give you your proclamations together.
Very good.
Or you can sit right here in the front row. But now I'd like Randy Buckaloo to please come forward. Good evening, Randy. Same goes for you. It's a team effort, and I would imagine every one of the firemen behind you or that isn't here tonight, including the chief, would say the same thing that I've said tonight. It takes a team to do what this fire district has done for this community, and it's everybody in the back. It's you and Ken and all those before you, including Mr. Teeter here to my right. So we want to recognize all your years of service. And I'd like to ask at this time for the city attorney to read the next proclamation.
Whereas the South Adams County Fire District plays a vital community role providing emergency fire suppression, rescue services, and public education, and whereas the district's success is a result of consistent and progressive leadership by the elected board of directors, and whereas Randy Buckaloo joined the board of directors as a vice president in 2006 following a 20-year career that included serving as a volunteer firefighter, lieutenant, captain, and assistant chief. And whereas the district achieved numerous accomplishments during his tenure, including construction of 3 new fire stations and a training center, purchase of all current in-service apparatus and staff vehicles, remodeling of 4 existing facilities, relocation and construction of district headquarters, and hiring of district staff following the passage of a dedicated mill levy in 2013. And whereas Mr. Buckaloo's term on the South Adams Fire District's Board of Directors concludes this year, and the City Council wishes to recognize him for his many years of service to Commerce City. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City recognizes Randy Buckaloo for his selfless public service to ensure the safety of our community.
Thank you. I'm open for a motion, Mr. Teeter.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proclamation for Randy Buckaloo.
Thank you. I'm open for a second. Mr. Douglas.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation as read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Randy, I want to reiterate the same thing. I've known you most of my life. My family's all known you, and most of the people growing up in Commerce City knew who you were. And you weren't just a fireman. You were a guy who was at the grocery store and visiting with people and played an active role as a neighbor in your community. You were a fun person to be around, and you were always there to lend a helping hand, as most of our fire department members are. And I can't thank you enough. I know you'll probably be around. If you're not camping or fishing, you'll be somewhere around Commerce City. And we appreciate everything you've done for this community. Mr. Teeter, you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I would like to address this one also. Just so that for the audience knows that Randy and Ken both came on the same day and retired the same day. Randy holds a little closer to my heart here. He was what you call a daytime fireman. There was only a half a dozen of us in the daytime around here over the years. So we did not sleep in. We rolled over on every call, and we responded every call in the daytime. And we fought some mighty big fires with just a few of us. And Ken and Randy both were great firemen. They were aggressive firemen, and that's the way we trained them. And I liked the way they handled themselves all the way through all their years in the officers' line in the fire department. I know Randy's a man of few words here, but we'll see what you got to say here again.
All right, the podium's yours, Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Teeter.
I guess first I want to say I'm proud that I was able to serve the city of Commerce City for all these years. And I'm very proud of the fire district. I think we have one of the finest fire districts. I'm going to say the finest fire district in the Denver metro area at this time. I'm very proud of our fire department now. I'm glad I was part of it. Thank you all.
Thank you. And now at this time, if I could get all of the firemen, officers, the chief, and your staff to come up here on the stage, and then I'd like to have Randy and Ken on the steps, and the city council come down. We'll take some pictures, but I want all you guys in the back to come up here and support your past president and board member. All right, we have another proclamation. I'd like to invite John Kuchar forward, please. Tonight we have a proclamation before us to recognize John Kuchar for his time and effort as a board member for the South Adams Water and Sanitation District. I'd like to ask the city attorney, please read that proclamation.
Whereas the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District plays a vital community role in providing Commerce City residents with clean, safe water and wastewater treatment, and whereas the district's success is a result of consistent and progressive leadership by the elected board of directors, and whereas John W. Kuchar joined the board of directors in 2012 and was reelected in 2014, and whereas the district achieved numerous accomplishments during his tenure, including entering into an intergovernmental agreement with Denver Water after 16 years of negotiations, renegotiating its connectors agreement with Metro Wastewater to allow for more affordable alternatives for payment of connection fees, and solving the hardness issue, which provided a softer, less scale-forming water for customers. And whereas Mr. Kuchar's term on the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District's Board of Directors concluded this year, and the City Council wishes to recognize him for his many years of service to the community. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City recognizes John W. Kuchar for his selfless public service to ensure the safety of our community.
Thank you. I'm open for a motion. Mr. Teeter.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proclamation for John Kuchar.
Thank you. Mr. Guardiola.
Second the motion.
A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. I want to say that I've got to know John over the years. Water District's a pretty passionate place for me because all the time my dad spent growing up here. He put over 50 years into the Water District. When he was going out of office and Mr. Kuchar was coming in, we had a lot going on in this community. And the Water District also stepped up and helped find new water supplies, new ways to help benefit the residents of Commerce City. John got to play an active role as a board member to be able to push forward with a water softening program that is now moving forward. So all your years of service, John, I want you to know that the City of Commerce City truly appreciates you stepping up and being a part of the growth and development and improvements within our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
John, do you have anything you'd like to say before we come down?
Well, I really enjoyed being on the council, and I recommend that a lot of more people in our community should be involved in these things. You can sure learn a lot. And I thank you guys and appreciate the reward.
Great. I know that the the manager of the Water District's here tonight. If you'd come forward, and any other staff members that are here to recognize Mr. Kuchar and his achievements, would like to come up, and we'll come down and take a picture and give you your proclamation. Next, we have a proclamation recognizing the Adams City High School class of 1968's alumni veterans. And I know they're all here, or a lot of them are here. So I'd like to ask the city attorney, please read the proclamation.
Whereas military service is symbolic of the American character and our determination to meet our challenges at home and abroad, and whereas the freedom and security that we enjoy today are direct results of the bloodshed and continued vigilance given by the United States Armed Forces over the history of our great nation, and whereas veterans of wars present and past have served and continue to serve with honor, courage, and commitment, and ought to be honored and recognized for the sacrifices they have made to protect our freedom, and whereas many of our 1968 Adams City High School alumni and other graduates of Adams City High School served our country with courage, honor, and valor, and whereas through their steadfast defense of America's ideals, our veteran alumni members have ensured our country still stands strong, our founding principles still shine, and nations around the world know the blessings of freedom. And whereas these patriots continue to make contributions to their communities in their civilian life as teachers, doctors, and public servants, as a testament to their dedication to the welfare of our country. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City proclaims June 23, 2018 as the Adams City High School Class of 1968 Alumni Veterans Day and encourages residents to recognize the sacrifices of our men and women who served in the armed forces.
Thank you. I'm open for a motion. Mr. Teeter.
Like to make a proclamation recognizing the class of Adams City High School class of 1968 alumni veterans.
Thank you. Mr. Huseman.
I'd like to second the motion to recognize the proclamation for the 1968 Adams City High School veterans.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. I think it's a great thing to be able to present to any of our veterans, especially the folks during that era where Vietnam was kicking off. To have you from our community come in and be recognized by this city and a day set aside for the commitment that you have given not only to this city but to our country and the safety of those who live here. I'd like to ask each and every one of you to please come forward, stand up here, and we're going to get a picture of the alumni veterans. And Mr. Teeter, you have something you'd like to add?
Yes, I would. Take a picture first and we'll get it.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Make your comment.
All right. Being a Vietnam veteran myself, 1968, when you were still in high school playing, I was there. I was there 68 and 69. I'm proudly and honored to say that we did not lose anybody from the class of 1966 over there. And I hope that was the same with your class, too.
All right, everybody, please join me down front. Recognize these men. All right. Next, we have a proclamation declaring June 2018 as Men's Health Month. Will the City Attorney please read the proclamation?
Whereas, despite advances in medical technology and research, men continue to live an average of 5 years less than women, with Native American and African American men having the lowest life expectancy. And whereas educating the public and healthcare providers about the importance of a healthy lifestyle and early detection of male health problems will result in reducing rates of mortality from disease. And whereas men who are educated about the value that preventive health can play in prolonging their lifespan and their role as productive family members will be more likely to participate in health screenings. And whereas fathers who maintain a healthy lifestyle are role models for their children and have happier, healthier children. Whereas the Men's Health Network worked with Congress to develop a national men's health awareness period as a special campaign to help educate men, boys, and their families about the importance of positive health attitudes and preventative health practices. And whereas Commerce City Men's Health Month will focus on a broad range of men's health issues, including heart disease, mental health, diabetes, and prostate, testicular, and colon cancer. And now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Commerce City proclaims the month of June 2018 as Men's Health Month and encourage all our citizens to pursue preventative health practices and early detection efforts.
Thank you. I'm open for a motion, Mr. Teeter.
I'd like to make a motion to approving the proclamation declaring June 2018 as Men's Health Month.
Thank you. Councilwoman Frank.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. And as you can see, in the past, I've asked everybody to come on up that was getting that proclamation tonight. We don't have anybody here to give that proclamation to. And I thought, you know, I could ask all the men to come up for Men's Health, but I didn't want to take up more time in the meeting. So we'll make sure that that gets to the folks who need to get it, and we'll move on with our meeting. All right, next item is citizen communication. Per our council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on businesses and affairs of the city. The city council is not able to hear any comments on land use matters that are or before or may come before city council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. And remind the audience if they're wanting to speak on specific agenda items, such as the oil and gas ordinance not tonight before us, you'll have an opportunity to speak on those items when they come up on the agenda. When you're called, please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes, and thank you. We have 4 people who have signed up for citizen communication this evening. When I call you, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll be given 3 minutes. Shirley Heaney. Hopefully I said that right.
My name is Shirley, and I live at 6390 Olive Street, Commerce City. I'm here tonight because I want to know the rules about the mini bikes, the dirt bikes, the go-karts that are going down the middle of the street, that are riding on the sidewalks, going on the park's grass. The other night I was at Pioneer Park taking my walk. There's a lot of people that walk their dogs, people skateboard, people ride their bikes. Next thing I know, there's a mini bike, a gentleman riding his mini bike up the sidewalk. I noticed at the park across the street from me, Freedom Park, it says no motorized vehicles. So I want to know the rules about them. They go down the street in the middle of the night. They do not have brake lights, no lights on them whatsoever. They go right down the center of the street. I heard that the other day some small child got hit by a car on a mini bike up on 80th by Mi Pueblo Mart. You know, could you tell me the rules?
Absolutely. I can tell you what our laws are.
Okay, sir.
The chief of police in the back of the room. You have to have a licensed vehicle to be motoring on our right-of-ways. We don't allow motorized vehicles on sidewalks, and you can't just take a dirt bike that's unlicensed and ride down the middle of the street. If you have a dirt bike that is licensed, then you can be on our streets. But Chief, do you have anything? Your mic. Chief, do you have anything you'd like to add? I think I'm correct in that it has to be a licensed vehicle, regardless, to be on our streets, and then licensed vehicles can't be on our sidewalks. But I'd like to give the chief the mic for a second and let him, he's right here beside you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Step right in there, Chief. Tell us
You
what
are
happens.
absolutely correct. You're required to have a license to operate a vehicle on any Colorado roadway, unless it is a private roadway, which these are obviously not. And we are also working a CRM related to the motorbikes that came in 2 days ago. So we are aware of the problem, and we are conducting some enforcement strategies to address it.
And if a resident notices a motorbike on the street without lights, without a license plate, or on a sidewalk at a park, what should they do, Chief?
Simply pick up the phone and give us a call, and due to availability, we'll have somebody out to address it.
Great, thank you. Hopefully that helps,
Did I answer
ma'am.
your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And to the city clerk's office, I noticed the timer wasn't ticking this time. I want to make sure we get that hit. Next, Jim Kuchar had signed up, but I'm sure that's because we were recognizing him and he's already gone. So Jim McTurnan, hopefully that's right. And is Brian coming up with you?
I believe he'll follow me, if that's all right.
Yeah, well, I'll give you both your 3 minutes, but go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jim McTurnan. I'm general counsel for the Starbuds Companies. We have 2 businesses here in Commerce City. We have a retail store at 5844 Dahlia Street, and we have a manufacturing facility over at 9670 Dallas Street. And I'm here today because This being June, the new 5% wholesale marijuana tax goes into effect. And we've been working with the tax officials here to understand how this is going to work, how this is going to impact our business. But we have some immediate concerns off the bat that we wanted to bring to the council, and I'm here to address those today. First of all, in general, we're disappointed that this tax is here because it makes Commerce City a very expensive place to do business and makes it more expensive than other jurisdictions where we're operating. So it's in general, it's a real hurdle. But the most immediate concern that I have, and why I'm here today, is I'd like to ask the council to consider exempting the retail stores from this wholesale tax. And I understand that to an extent they're exempt already in that this is a wholesale tax. The tax that would impact the stores is being charged to the vendors that are supplying the stores. But the problem that you have here is this tax, as it affects the retail stores, is impacting just 2 stores here in Commerce City. And these stores are already paying, I believe it's the highest tax rate in the state on product going out the door. So the retail tax here in Commerce City, you've got the 4.5% general sales tax, and then you've got 7% marijuana specific tax. And the problem is, if you have a 5% tax on the product that's coming in the door, that's an extra whammy on the business. It may be being charged to the vendor, but make no mistake, those vendors will raise the price appropriately for those 2 stores. They will do one of 2 things. They will either pass the extra cost on to us, or they simply won't do business with us. There's hundreds of dispensaries around the state. If there's only 2 where you have to deal with this extra tax, it's a headache. And these stores are already struggling to compete because you've got stores that are in other jurisdictions. Denver's, right around the corner. You've got stores where you have very similar products that are already at a lower price because the Commerce City stores are paying a higher tax rate. So my ask of the City Council, I imagine the intent here was you're collecting retail tax from these dispensaries already, but you're not collecting taxes from the manufacturing facilities. So I would expect that was the intent. But my first ask is that these 2 stores be exempted from any wholesale tax on transfers to or from those stores, because it's a real unfair disadvantage that's, I fear, would be the death blow. I can't speak for the other store in town, but for ours, it's tough already, and this tax is going to be a real obstacle.
Right. I need to cut you off there. Let Brian come up to the podium, and I'll give him 3 minutes to add to what you've had to say.
Mayor, Council, my name is Brian Rudin. I'm the owner of Starbuds as well as Starbuds MIPS here in Commerce City. My general counsel just spoke about the issue, and he's right. So Commerce City has the highest retail tax rate of any of the jurisdictions that my 11 stores throughout the state pay. I get complaints today on Yelp and on Google that my Starbuds Commerce City store is more expensive than any of the other stores, and I lose customers either to myself or competitors in the other cities because of it. Adding an additional tax, I don't think really was the intention when this 5% wholesale tax was thought about, because the store is already paying more than its fair share of tax. And on the manufacturing side, the problem is that a manufacturing wholesale business has extremely thin margins, and the margins have only gotten smaller as there's been more competition. So for the manufacturing business to pay a wholesale tax is a huge burden. Like I said, the margins are tiny to begin with. I spoke with the officials in the city of Aurora. They have absolutely no wholesale tax. They'd love to have the MIP move over there. That business, while it resides in Commerce City, has nearly 100 employees that come to work every single day in the city on their lunch break and before and after work. They're in this Commerce City. They have lunch in Commerce City. They frequent other Commerce City businesses. I own the real estate at that location, and I already pay property tax there. And the license fees, simply to have the business, are higher in Commerce City than anywhere else that I have businesses. That includes Denver, Pueblo, Aurora, Boulder, Louisville. And so the business is already burdened. But we do it because we're happy to be in Commerce City. My corporate headquarters is only a couple of blocks from here, and so it's just a great thing being in the city. It's also a fairness issue. Other manufacturing companies in the city don't pay wholesale tax. My neighbor owns American Down and Feather, which is a pillow company. I don't think he's paying 5% on all the feathers that he buys. And so we just want to be treated fairly. We don't want the retail store to be double taxed, and we don't want the wholesale store, the manufacturing facility, to be taxed, because other manufacturing facilities are not taxed. We already pay the license fees, we pay property tax, we pay a lot of other tax. So I hope that the city can reconsider the way that this is applied. June is the first month that it goes into effect, and so we're here to try and nip it in the bud. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and just stay there for a minute because I want to give the council the opportunity to comment. I want to give it a shot first. And thanks for coming back up, Jim. As you know, I talked to your colleague TJ on the phone for quite some time. There's a few things here that I think are important to our residents and important to your business. First and foremost, those taxes that you mentioned were voted on by the residents of our community. And so we had the tax on retail. We did not have a tax on wholesale. Our residents voted and chose to impose that tax. We also, the way that tax was written, we had the ability, this council had the ability to tax that product each time it changed form. And we chose not to. We chose to start out and try to be fair to the industry of charging that 5% only that one time on the wholesale. I also understand what you're talking about is you have your MIPS and you get charged your 5% on the wholesale side, and then you're getting charged your 4% plus your 7% on the retail side. And when you stack that up on the retail side, it becomes more difficult. So I'm interested to see what my council says about that burden. I also want to make it clear that when we started to do our marijuana regulations in Commerce City, we intentionally made them strict, setbacks, strict what we were doing so that we could help control our community on making sure that we had the industry and there was a service provided. But we didn't want to become a Denver where we had that green mile. And so we were trying to get to a balance, and I think we're still working towards that. We're glad that you're in our community. We're glad you're paying taxes, and we want to make sure what you're doing is safe for all of our residents. Now, do I necessarily believe that you should get double taxed when it hits the retail store and force you out of business in our community? I don't think that's the intent. The intent, I think, is a balance to try to make it to where our residents are offsetting any costs that are associated with having the product in our community from a health safety standpoint to do what we need to do. So I'm going to ask the council what their opinion is, and before I go to the council, I think it's important that I reach out and ask the city attorney what we can and can't even imply with the tax code issues that you're talking about.
Mayor Ford, with respect to exempting retail stores, I would want to review the ordinance as it was approved in the voter-approved ballot issue to see if that's something that could be accomplished. There was a specific intention made to not double tax at the wholesale level, and it was specifically written that way to make sure that the tax was properly collected. But then on the retail stores as they exist, that would be passed on to the customers there and payable by the customers and not the manufacturer, or not the seller. So we'd have to take some time to analyze the ordinance.
Can you do me a favor, because I think it's more fair to my council and more fair to the businesses that are here. I would ask the council to make a motion and consider doing a study session to have a discussion after you do your legwork so that the parties that are interested can be there have a discussion, and then if something needs to be done at that time, we can bring that back into a council setting. I think that's the appropriate way to handle it. Is there a motion from the council at this time? Mr. Madera?
Yeah, and actually I want to address your friend with the pillow business. So if he didn't buy those feathers in Commerce City, there's a use tax. That would be that 4.5% that you're talking about, similar to the sales tax. So in that sense, I believe that you bring up a valid point here where if you're operating your wholesale business in Commerce City and the retail side in Commerce City, you shouldn't be taxed twice since you are buying the product here within the city. So I'd like to make a motion to have a study session on investigating an exemption for retail marijuana companies.
Okay. Mr. Huseman?
I'd like to second Councilman Madera's motion to have that study session and to direct the city attorney to look into the legality and potential pitfalls of exempting these establishments from the tax.
Thank you. Is there any discussion before I ask for the vote? Mr. Douglas?
Yes. Thank you for bringing this forward. I understand what you're asking. We put this on the ballot for our citizens to vote on. And the understanding, we had 4 different choices, and that was to do a 5% on the manufacturing into the retail, manufacturing of new products. There were 4 different scenarios that we went through. So it wasn't like we just decided, hey, let's do this. This was a thought-out process, and no way we were trying to penalize anyone on the outcome, just that we didn't have anything established. No taxes were collected at all when it came to marijuana, since this law has been in effect in Commerce City. And so we want to make sure that when the taxes were enforced, exactly the language was clear of what we were charging. So we were not trying to penalize anyone. So I understand, I'm clear on as far as the study session, but just to know that this was not intent to hurt anyone in the marijuana industry. Thanks.
All right. Seeing no more discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Our city attorney and staff will reach out to you guys, let you know when that study session is going to happen, as well as for the other retail store that we have. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
All right, that's the folks that I had on the list for citizen communication this evening. Not on the oil and gas. Is there anyone else who showed up here tonight to speak during citizen communication that did not get the chance to sign up? All right, then we're going to move forward in our agenda. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 5 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off of the consent agenda? Seeing none, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Mr. Huseman.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Guardiola.
Second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Will the city attorney please read the title of the 5 items on the consent agenda?
Resolution 2018-44, resolution authorizing site access agreement with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District for monitoring wells. Resolution 2018-49, resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Meeting minutes of May 21, 2018. Ordinance Z 944-18, an ordinance rezoning from I-1 to I-2, the property described in Exhibit A attached here to and made a part hereof, located at 8546 Quebec Street, Commerce City, Colorado, and amending the zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado to reflect said rezoning. Ordinance 2166, an ordinance amending the 2018 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $2,500 for click-it or ticket efforts and the authorization of the expenditure thereof.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, the consent agenda is approved. 8 in favor, 1 excused. Next on the agenda, we have public hearings, ordinance Z952-18 and conditional use permit CU 105-1418. So the applicant has withdrawn his application on ordinance Z952-18. And that is also the conditional use permit, Mr. Attorney? Nope, that one's here? All right. So ordinance Z95218, we will not be heard tonight because of withdrawal from the application. And now will take us to the conditional use permit. I remind council to use the public hearing portion to ask questions, but wait until the public hearing is closed to express opinions or indicate how you're going to vote. I'm going to go ahead and open that public hearing and invite our staff forward, who's already sitting there, to give the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. The first public hearing tonight is a conditional use permit amendment. That's case number 105-14-18. Applicant Sinclair Transportation Company, located at 8581 East 96th Avenue. They are asking for an amendment of their existing conditional use permit. This particular property, located on the north side of 96th Avenue, it is zoned I-3 heavy industrial. It's located just next to the Union Pacific Railroad, located just north of the Marty Farms industrial development, and then located just to the west of a variety of heavy industrial and trucking activities, including the Veolia Environmental Services as well. It's a triangular-shaped property, about 35 acres in size. The petroleum storage and the above-ground storage tanks does require a conditional use permit approved by City Council in the I-3 zone district. In terms of the comprehensive plan from 2010, this area you'll see here in dark purple shows the areas identified for a heavier industrial activity, and the particular subject property is circled there in red. It is smack dab in the middle of the heavier industrial activity and that dark purple color. In terms of the aerial, so there's 2 access points here on 96th Avenue, one for trucks going in, one for trucks going out. There's some accessory buildings, and the majority of it is just their above-ground storage tanks. This is a little bit of an old photo. Since the original conditional use permit, they've actually constructed 2 additional containment facilities right back here. This is just a facility from 96th Avenue looking north. This is from the exit side. The entrance side is more on the west, and just shows again the tanks. It shows their existing landscaping, their mature landscaping along 96th Avenue. So in terms of the applicant's request, they are asking for an approval of a conditional use permit amendment. That amendment would allow for additional above-ground storage tanks and a future loading, unloading bay as part of their capital investment. In terms of a little history, this was annexed by the city back in 2007 as part of the Northern Enclave Industrial Annexation. And then in terms of the conditional use permit, that was granted in 2014 to make the site legal and conforming. And then in order to approve these expansions, an amendment to the CUP is required. So in terms of the general operations, so there has been a product terminal at this site since going back to 1964, when there was little else in the area. And then Sinclair has operated at this location since 1976. So they do a variety of gasoline, of diesel, of ethanol, of biodiesel, all contained within these tanks. The site does operate 24/7, 365. There is loading and unloading of petroleum products into tanks via rail. They have about 3 trains per week. They have trucks, 150 to 180 per day, and then a pipeline from Wyoming that services this particular site. In terms of the tanks that are there, there's 18 storage tanks there. You'll see with about 850,000 barrel capacity. The product is transferred to and from tanks by pipes and valves and pumps, and then they are protected by the EPA-approved earthen dike, and you see a picture there that shows that dike. And everything that's stored here is, there's no refining that occurs. It's not like the Suncor refinery. This has already been treated. In terms of trucks, there are 2 controlled electronic gates, one at the entrance and one at the exit, that allows trucks to enter or exit. There is a 3-bay truck rack and a 2-bay truck rack on site, and that's where the trucks then fuel and pick up fuel there. In terms of rails, again, generally 3 rail switches or 3 rail unloadings per week. In terms of pipelines, they receive and distribute petroleum products on and off, and then they are monitored by computers both on and off site on a continual basis 24/7. In terms of planned expansion, so they have a planned expansion initially, which will be the additional storage tanks. They have 1 to 2 that will be needed immediately, and then they have approximately 10 more needed at some time in the future as capital permitting allows. The additional tanks will be added, will be similar to the existing ones. Some will be much smaller. In terms of the additional loading and unloading bay, projected to occur around 2019 or 2020. Currently 3 bays there, 4 proposed, about 7,500 square feet of new impervious area for pavement. And then this will dedicate a new truck bay to ethanol, helping with efficiency on the entire site. And this next picture then shows, you see in red, the proposed additional tanks. And then down here, you'll see towards 96th Avenue, that additional red there is the proposed additional truck bay. Now, in terms of regulating agencies for this particular site, it is regulated by a variety of agencies, including the state and the federal government. You'll see that CDPHE and their air pollution and water quality do regulate this site, in addition to the EPA, in addition to the Federal Department of Transportation for pipelines and for the railroad operations as well. In terms of environmental safety, they are required to comply with federal and state laws, and here's a list of them that they must comply with as they're part of their daily operations. In terms of personnel and customer safety, so the personnel there is required to be certified in emergency response and hazardous operations and take internet tests throughout the year to maintain their certification. They do have emergency evacuation plans are contained on the site as well. In order to access the site, the general public just isn't allowed to go on it. You need to enter a training course for safety before you're able to enter. And then there is a fully automated equipment for shut-off if necessary. Now, in terms of the Planning Commission analysis, planning commissioners looked at this and said that 44 of the past 55 years of an existence were spent in unincorporated Adams County, so the majority of its existing life has been spent in the county. The request would allow the applicant to expand their operations to build out and bring their expansion into compliance with the Land Development Code. In terms of the analysis, operations have continually been compliant with relevant requirements, and the site is clean and facilitates safe operations. In terms of outside agency, just a couple of reviews from Tri-County. You'll see that they reviewed it for their compliance with environmental and public health and has no comments and objections to this proposed amendment. In addition, the fire district, the local fire district, and you'll see their comments there, but they basically say that any proposals will meet all of their requirements in the International Fire Code and National Fire Protection Association standards, and that they have been fully compliant with all of their operations in their history. And so they have no issues or no objections to their proposed amendment to this conditional use permit. In terms of contact to date, staff has not received any contact from any adjacent property owners or the public regarding this request. And then in terms of the Planning Commission, that was on May 1st. The Planning Commissioners did hold a public hearing, voted 5-0 to forward this request to City Council with a recommendation of approval subject to 3 conditions found within the staff report and the resolution. And that concludes staff's presentation. We'll be glad to answer anything, and also a representative for Sinclair Transportation is here to address City Council as well.
Great, thank you very much. Does the council have any questions for our staff concerning the conditional use permit that's before us at this time? Seeing none, I'd like to invite the applicant forward. I'd like to have you add any additional information that may not have been covered by the presentation given by our staff at this time.
The only thing I have to add at this time is that we're only looking to expand one tank at this time. The rest of those, they're in the future. We don't even have the budget for the rest of those at this time. But we are looking to expand one tank at this time.
Right. Is there any questions from the council for the applicant? Mr. Teeter?
Yes, thank Mr. Halterman for coming forward tonight for this condition. Just for the new staff members and council, this is a very clean, well-run establishment out there. They follow all the safety guidelines to the tilt, and they're always keeping us updated with additional information on things that change out there. So I'll be voting for this.
Great. Now I'd like to ask if there's anyone in the audience who would like to address, you can go ahead and sit down now. Anybody who in the audience who'd like to address the council on the matters of the conditional use permit before us tonight? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion. Mr. Teeter.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the conditional use permit CU-105-14-18.
Thank you.
Mayor Ford?
Yes, sir.
We would need a motion first to approve the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission.
That would be great. Mr. Teeter?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the findings of the
Findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission.
finding recommendations of the Planning Committee. Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's on KCU 105-14-18. Councilwoman Frank.
I second to approve the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Now, Mr. Teeter, I'm going to let you make the motion on the ordinance.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to approve the conditional use permit for CU-105-14-18.
Thank you. Mr. Huseman.
Second the motion to approve conditional use permit CU-105-14-18.
Great. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Thank you for coming in this evening. Now we get to, I think what most everybody in the room's here for is ordinance 2168. So I'm going to have the city attorney give a presentation on the ordinance to start with.
Thank you, Mayor Ford and council members. I have the privilege tonight to present on proposed ordinance 2168, which is the oil and gas 6-month moratorium requested by council motion at the May 21st meeting. A little bit of background to start with. In 2012, the City Council, after a public process, enacted Ordinance 1891 to establish oil and gas permit and subsurface extraction regulations, in addition to other local regulations that the city has relative to zoning and the use of its police power to regulate the health, safety, and welfare of impacts in the community. Since that date, no applications for a city oil and gas permit related to any oil and gas use has been received to that date. However, recently, within the last few months, there has been an increase in applications to the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, which, as we discussed on the 21st, is the state agency responsible for the statewide regulation of the oil and gas industry in Colorado. That increase has been reported in the city manager's update and is going to be reported on a monthly basis at the second regular council meeting of every month. Also in that time since 2012, there have been a number of intervening developments that led us to where we are today. The city's grown by at least 13% in its population in that time. As I mentioned, the increase in COGCC applications went from virtually nothing, potentially zero, on March 1st to what is reflected in your communication tonight. As of last week, there are at least 24 applications. I know another one was received today, a Form 2 location assessment was received today for Great Western, an operator looking to operate at I-76 and I believe 112. Those also include a number of individualized applications within that 24, so it's well over 150 applications, I believe, and that number continues to grow. Also in that time, there have been a number of judicial decisions that have affected the ability of home rule municipalities like Commerce City to regulate oil and gas development, including the Longmont case in 2016, and more recently, a challenge to the City of Thornton's regulations that is ongoing in Adams County District Court. Recently, the State Commission also concluded rulemaking with regard to flow lines. That time period has also seen technological advancements, a number of safety incidents at oil and gas development sites in the state, health studies done on oil and gas activities, and in that time the city continues to have across its borders the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge, which has a number of hazardous materials on site. So the ordinance requested by council has the effect of suspending the submittal, acceptance, processing, and approval of oil and gas land use applications to the city, not to any other entity, relating to exploration and subsurface extraction on property in the cities. So as drafted, the moratorium would be effective for 180 days, which is approximately 6 months, from the effective date unless it's repealed or extended. Under the city charter, an ordinance typically goes through 2 readings, and after that second reading is posted publicly and also published in a newspaper, and then the ordinance would be effective 5 days after that, unless this is passed as an emergency ordinance or it is fast-tracked as a regular ordinance to come back before you on June 18th. Otherwise, you'd expect to see it, if it's approved tonight, on first reading at the July 2nd meeting. The purpose of the ordinance requested by the council is to preserve the status quo of no city applications pending the city staff and council and public review and update of our own regulations here locally to ensure that we are following the best practices in compliance with state law. The ordinance also directs staff to review those current regulations in light of those developments that we summarized. Once regulations are reviewed, recommendations would be brought to the city council, who would then determine whether those revisions are needed. I want to guarantee that that analysis and direction would determine what any revisions would look like. They may be less restrictive in some areas and more restrictive in others. In order to impose the moratorium, staff has recommended exceptions in order to, thank you, Rick. In order to preserve expectations and lawful uses. One would be an exception for non-city applications, such as to the State Commission. Another would be discussions with potential applicants, for example, as part of that COGCC process, or in anticipation of the moratorium lifting, or in the context of potentially leasing a property, to make sure those discussions can be ongoing to preserve the industry's ability to pursue those applications. Existing lawful uses would also be exempt, and then other oil and gas uses that are not related to subsurface extraction or exploration, such as the city's refinery. Another thing that would be exempted would be environmental remediation or reclamation, or the plugging or abandonment of wells. The final exception is for hardship, to make sure that any property owner or applicant who would suffer from an undue substantial hardship would not be subject to this application and would have a potential out. This involves an application procedure, a fee set at $700 to cover staff time, notice requirements, a public hearing, and then approval criteria. This would be a hearing before council, upon which the application would be able to go through the city's existing process. And so council has the option tonight to consider this ordinance. Could be moved to introduce it on first reading, or amend the ordinance after its introduction. It could be postponed until a later meeting or referred to a study session in the future. I'm available if there are any questions for me.
Are there any questions for our staff at this time? I know there's folks in the audience that want to speak on this. I want to remind the council policy limits comments on ordinances to 3 minutes. What I'd like to ask, I know there's folks on both sides of the issue. When you get up, everybody doesn't have to reiterate everything that's been said, but you can get up and add additional information, say, hey, you know what, I support it, I'm against it, I like what so-and-so said, whatever, but I want to get through the process, I want to be fair to everybody, and I want to give you your 3 minutes. But if we can do it civilly, that's the goal for this evening. I do have a list of folks that signed up, and I'm sure there's some folks in the audience that came in late that didn't get the chance to sign up, and I will ask when I'm done with the list to give anybody in the audience who did not get the chance to sign up the opportunity to come up and give us your comments on the ordinance before us this evening. So with that said, let's get started. I call your name, come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Ben Popel?
Ben Popple, 11277 Osage Circle, Westminster, Colorado. Hello.
Good evening.
My name is Ben Popple. I'm a resident of Adams County. And I've called it home here for the past 14 years, and I love this place. I love Colorado. I love Westminster and the neighborhood I live in. I don't want our standard of living to be changed in this wonderful place. I'm an avid outdoorsman and consider myself to be a passionate conservationist. That being said, I also have to tell you that for the past 12 years, I've been on the front line of stimulation operations such as hydraulic fracturing all over the country and the planet for that matter. I've run thousands of frac jobs as far away as Siberia and Russia and the North Sea off the coast of Norway, also as close as a 10-minute drive from here. I've worked in almost all major oil fields across the country, from the Canadian border to the Mexican border. These experiences have taught me a lot, but what sticks out the most about our frac work here in the DJ Basin, it's by far some of the best in the country and and on the planet. The operators and service companies here take what they do very seriously, if for no other reason than we live here too. Drilling, cementing, fracking, producing can be done safely, and they are. Industry goals align with the counties. Having moved up the ranks from the field engineering side of the industry, I'm now the engineering manager for a stimulation company based here in Colorado. I believe now, as the EPA and the academic community have agreed, that there's really no actual widespread groundwater contamination, that we can actually address some of the real concerns of truck traffic and other things that we can actually make better for the local communities. We realize, again, we live here too. We want to make this the best place as we can without damaging industry and sending the wrong message to the companies and that are wanting to come here and invest money into our community. I know part of my job itself is to work with my engineers and my chemists to make some of the surface stuff, the frac fluids, if you will, safer in transporting the concentrated product. The mixed product, never had any issues with that. That really doesn't scare me in the slightest, but we use some concentrated chemicals when we're moving them around, and we're trying to go to more friendly product continuously. That is a continual product update that we're working on. Because again, we live here too. I'm always struck by how much Coloradans love farmers markets, and I think it's a great thing having locally grown produce, but energy should be thought of as the same way. Colorado Energy, empowering Colorado's future. An energy-independent United States is no longer a dream, it can be a reality. But if we start banning oil and gas activity in our land, that's not going to happen. Any ban on fracking is bad for Adams County, it's bad for Colorado, and it's bad for America. Please look at the science, it's on our side on this one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next, Gilbert. Looks like Trujillo. Come on up.
Thank you for hearing me. I'm here. I worked a total of 11 years in oil and gas
Could I,
services.
really quick, just get your name and address for the record?
Can you hear me, sir?
I can. Name and address for the record.
Sir?
Your name and
My
address
name is
for the
Gilbert
record.
Trujillo, sir.
There you
My
go.
hearing's a little bad. I
Okay,
work
and
in,
address.
All right, sir.
What's your address?
Jay Hill, sir.
Address. Where do you live?
I work here in Hendrickson for Liberty Oil Services, sir.
Okay, what's your address? Can you ask him?
310 Grant Street in Thornton, Colorado, sir.
Perfect, thank you.
But I work here locally.
Right, so go ahead, now you can go ahead.
Yeah, my hair's a little bad. So
Yep, go ahead.
please
You're
with me
good.
a little bit. I worked a total of 11 years in gas and oil services, and I see what they do for the community, and I'd like to encourage Commerce City, the city, county of, and to continue supporting a pro-business atmosphere. They contribute a lot to the area. It supplies jobs to over 100,000 people, directly, indirectly, railroad services, road, highways. I see improvement like in fire departments, new fire departments made, new equipment for them. An example, like up in Kersey, they have a brand new fire department, real nice, archway doors and everything. I see them helping local ranchers, farmers, if they put restrictions on routes and so forth, working with them. And the revenue tax base, a lot of the employees buy new houses, new cars on a regular basis, and that contributes to the community around the area. It adds up to over $30 billion worth of business, and that's basically it. I just thought I'd get up here and talk about it, and we work with the community. We work with different agencies, state, federal, EPA regulations, and that's it. Thank you for your consideration, your time and that, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. And when I call you and have you come up, I notice the sun's coming through the blinds and hitting everybody right in the face. I don't think we can adjust the blinds because they're down far enough. It's coming through one of the gaps. So just stand off to the side because I don't want you to have to deal with that hitting you right in the face. So it's okay to just move the microphone sideways, stand off so you don't have that. Susan Noble.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
It's a pleasure to be here tonight, and I want to thank you for your consideration of the moratorium ordinance. I do have a new map for you this evening. And I do, I'm sorry, Susan Noble, 10642 Olathe Street. I keep forgetting.
Thank you. Need to start your timer there?
I know.
Thank you.
It's getting worse, and it's getting worse fast. In all fairness, you need to give your city staff the time that they need in order to get a handle on what's coming at us fast and furious. The whereases in the ordinance were very detailed and are very clear how much is ahead of city staff in order to respond to the scores of applications. We know already that there are 6 that have both Form 2 and Form 2As prepared and ready for the COGCC. That means they're knocking on our door. Those represent 120 wells and 96 oil tanks alone. Those are all above ground. There are new spacing letters that went to the Outlook neighborhood. So they're not even on this map yet in terms of where they are in the process. So they're new. And I want to draw your attention to the lower corner for the Sparrow pad. Those fracking lines go directly into the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. Is someone even watching this? I mean, we all know that it was man-made injection fluids that caused the earthquakes that began in around the 60s and the 70s. So that's another area that we have to worry about. The moratorium makes perfect sense. I want, and I think all of us want, everybody to be employed. This isn't an issue over whether people are employed, this is a timeout. Let's have a timeout. There are 11 of these coming at this area. It's a high concentration. What's going to be your legacy? When you lead this city council, what do you want people to say? I hope that you will vote yes for the moratorium. And may I also take just 1 second to talk about the presentation that's upcoming on public outreach. There is mention of having experts make presentations. I attended the COGA breakfast, that's the Colorado Oil and Gas Association end of the year legislative review breakfast about 3 weeks ago. There were 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans on the podium, and they made it clear that all it requires for them to vote along with oil and gas is for them to educate us, that somehow we citizens aren't really paying attention or don't know what's going on. I think clearly we have been demonstrating that we're doing due diligence, and we hope you do too, and give your staff the chance to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, Teresa. Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Teresa Eskridge, 10553 Joplin Street, and thank you. I just want to ask you to please consider the moratorium. I agree with what Susan said. I just feel we're getting inundated with so many so fast that it's almost scary, and I just think we need more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda. Amanda, is it Ulster? There you are. Come on up. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah. My name's Amanda Ulmer in 10421 Tucson Street, Commerce City, Colorado 80022.
Good evening.
Yeah, so I think I'm just here along with a lot of other people because we got a letter in the mail. And I'm a new resident, and I'm here representing a lot of neighbors, a lot of moms. My husband's overseas in the military. He's Air Force, so he's deployed right now. I'm representing him. Like, I understand. I thank you for serving. And I just ask you for time. Like, we have no idea. And I think as soon as I got the letter, I started doing research, and it scared me. And I was upset that I bought the house, because we just bought this house, and I think that you need to choose people over pressure and allow your citizens to have the right to educate themselves and to have this time to come together and see like what regulations are there and make us feel good about the decision and make us feel like you are representing us and you are choosing to you're choosing us and our voice and letting us be heard and letting our concerns be heard. Over just pressure. And so I would just ask, I mean, my kids are going to go to Turnberry, and I see the map. It's right under the school, and I don't know if I want them to go under it. Like, all I know is what I've read in my own research. I'm not an expert, but I'd like to learn from an expert. I'd like to learn, and I'd like the time to be educated and to make just an educated decision. And I think that's what everybody wants, is they just want the best for their families. They want safety, and they want our property value not to go down. I mean, we paid like above asking price for our house. We don't want it to drop. So we worked hard for that, and mainly safety. So that's just what I'm here asking for. I think you guys to just consider choosing to support people over any pressure that you're feeling and support this break for 6 months and let us come together and let us feel good about you guys representing us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carly Seller. Come on up.
My name's Carly Seller. I live at 10563 Joplin Street, Commerce City, Colorado. And I would just like to say that In the 4-mile radius where I live, they're talking about having 56 miles of horizontal drilling. Just in this 4-mile area, they're talking about taking 10 acres to create the pad for the horizontal drilling. My objections are in my neighborhood. Like Amanda said, my home is my single biggest investment. I've been in touch with my insurance company. The moment I start having water problems in my basement or foundation problems, my homeowner's insurance will be of no value to repair any of that. I have concerns about how Extraction, who's $500 million in debt right now, how they would compensate citizens who live in this area and start to have problems with their homes. I mean, if my foundation went out from under my home, it would be worthless. And even if I was able to repair it, my husband and I aren't in a position to come up with $10,000 or $20,000 to immediately make those repairs. I think this is putting all of us as citizens in very difficult situations. I appreciate all the people who work in the gas and oil fields, and I'm not about eliminating anybody's job. Coloradans live and work on less than 2% of the land mass in this state. I just don't understand why this drilling has to happen right under my neighborhood. And 56 miles of horizontal drilling in a 4-mile area, that just seems extremely excessive. So in the last presentation, when I was at the last city council meeting, one of the things that you said in one of the presentations, there was a line that talked about how the companies that you would choose to do gas and oil drilling in this community would be vetted financially. I'd like to see how these companies that are putting together all these proposals and coming to the city, I'd like to see exactly what that vetting process is. And, you know, what does the bonding process look like? How am I, as a homeowner in this area, going to be reassured that our area stays solvent? This is one of the nicest areas in the greater Denver area to live, to work in. It just seems crazy to me that we would not postpone this for 6 months and really study it and make sure that the answers that you give the community really are good explanations and that we don't rush into this. So I would ask that at the very least you take a few more months and study this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ryan Seastrom.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak again this evening. Again, my name is Ryan Seastrom, 1800 Glenarm Place, Denver, Colorado, 80202. As a trade association, Colorado Oil and Gas Association, representing approximately 285 companies that make up the entire value chain of the oil and natural gas industry in Colorado, COGA does not encourage nor support moratoriums, and we oppose this proposal. Instead, we encourage the city to bring oil and natural gas industries and companies to the table first in order to address questions and concerns that the city may have. Commerce City has historically been a business-friendly community, allowing a variety of industries to coexist with the residents around them. In fact, the city has long been an example for the rest of Colorado of how a city can embrace industry, economic development, and good-paying jobs, but also value its community, its parks and trails, and those places that make Colorado unique. Aside from the overall economic benefit the industry provides, our oil and natural gas companies and their employees care greatly about Colorado communities in which they live and work. As said earlier, we do live here, we work here. Companies have donated millions of dollars to charity and have volunteered over 2 years' worth of hours to good causes in 2017 alone. Specifically, 20,681 volunteer hours were volunteered last year by the oil and gas companies here in Colorado, and that's about 2.4 years worth of hours. I ask for the council to vote no on this moratorium and to instead bring industry and other regulatory agencies to the table to address any questions and concerns that you may have. A moratorium is not needed to address the questions and concerns that you have. Thank you again for your time, and as always, please consider myself and COGAR a resource when dealing with matters related to the oil and natural gas industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Angie?
Good evening. Angela Van Dyke at 10754 Telluride Street, Commerce City, Colorado. I'm a resident of Commerce City. I've been living in the Reunion neighborhood for the past 5 years. I work at the University of Colorado, where I'm also a doctoral student in the School of Education and Human Development. I have previously served on the Cultural Council of Commerce City. My husband is a firefighter with the South Adams County Fire Department, and we are raising an 8-year-old boy who is going to be a 3rd grader at Landmark Academy next year, also in Reunion, Commerce City, Colorado. 5 years ago, when relocating to the Denver metro area from New York City, where we had been living for over a decade, we had a few sort of key principles that were guiding the decision of where we were going to call home. We were looking for an engaging and progressive community that valued growth and diversity at the foremost. We were looking for a rich history and a sense of belonging, and we were looking for a commitment to health, safety, and wellness. And we were delighted when we landed in Commerce City and have loved our time being active members of this community, but we're disappointed by this recent development. Since 2010, Duke University has been heavily involved in studying the environmental impacts of hydraulic fracturing. Researchers identified 6,648 fracking-related spills in Colorado, Pennsylvania, New Mexico, and North Dakota between the years of 2005 and 2014. Keep in mind that that is almost 7,000 spills in less than 10 years. The issue here is that we know that many of these spills are contaminating our groundwater and our water sources, but we don't necessarily know how and what, because the chemical compounds used are not made available to the public. What we do know is that there is some research to support that extraction can force methane into our water, and that the contamination increases exponentially as a result of shoddy construction practices. And a study in 2013 led by researchers at the University of Texas at Arlington began to show evidence of arsenic contamination next to fracking wells. When I think about the rich history of Commerce City, and as I look forward to the continued development in this area and being a longtime resident in this community, I become so concerned by developments like this. And I just really hope that, as my neighbors have said to you, that we'll take a breath, we'll take a moment to really decide whether or not this is the direction that we want our community to go on this particular issue. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Lisa.
I'm losing my voice, so I apologize. My name is Lisa Goodmanson. I live at 11030 River Oaks Lane, Henderson. I agree with everything that everyone has been saying when they're up here. Everybody's concerns are the same. It's all about taking time, take a breath. We are being hammered by the oil and gas companies to get these applications done and to start the fracking process. And we just need to take a step back. We're not telling you that we don't appreciate them working and living in our community. All we want is some time. We just need to process. We need to do studies. We need to look at the bigger picture. The 3 people that have stood up that are pro-fracking and pro-oil and gas don't live in this area. Yes, you live in Colorado and you might work in this area, but you're not gonna have to face this 24 hours a day, every day of the week. So as much as I appreciate the fact that they love living in Colorado and they love working in Commerce City, they don't live here. We're the ones who live here. We're the ones who have to deal with this. We have to deal with the traffic. We have to deal with the noise pollution and any other pollution that might come about from fracking. if you don't have a claim, like a stake in the game, your point is moot, because you're not facing this every day as a citizen who lives here and pays taxes here. And my second part is, I know that you guys ask for volunteers all the time to be on boards and committees. Are you guys going to put together a committee or a board where citizens can be volunteers and come and be a voice and represent the rest of us who may not have an opportunity to speak on our behalf during these proceedings?
Thank you. Judy Doris.
Hello, my name's Judy Doris, and I live at 11882 Chambers Drive, Commerce City, Colorado. And my big concern was, growing up, I dealt with the Rocky Mountain Arsenal when they were working there, earthquakes. We had people in our neighborhood get all these strange cancers that the doctors didn't even know about. And so I lived in that era, and now I'm facing fracking. And it seems like a lot of people think cancer's related to this fracking issue. And I'm worried for the safety of people that there's going to be more people sick from cancers and stuff. And I don't want to see my granddaughter having to be faced with not having proper drinking water because of fracking, and not having to worry about cancer, because I went through that. And you got the Rocky Mountain Arsenal on one side that's been a jeopardy in all of my life the whole time, and now we're going to do fracking. If I knew this was going to happen, I sure wouldn't have bought a house in Commerce City. And I'm sorry to say that all my neighbors feel the same way. We need to take time and research this well. See if there is a hazard to our health. And, and if it's not, then fine, do it. But let's take time, research all avenues of this. And again, get the citizens involved and educate and get it out more. A lot of people don't have computers. A lot of people don't have time to read papers. Maybe, some citizens going door to door and making people more aware of what's going on. A lot of people aren't aware, or you'd have a bigger crowd. And I hate to say it, I thought there would be a bigger crowd here tonight. And that's why we need to have more people aware. There's not a crowd here. There's not all voices are being heard. So I wish you'd just take your time and listen and be patient. Don't make Commerce City a place where you can just come in and do anything and, everybody's fine with it. We need to stand together, and if we want to stop this, we stop it. If we don't, then we don't. But let's have a plan and follow it. Take our time and save our water, our children's health, our community, because property taxes are going to go down. And I don't want fracking in my backyard. If these people want it in their backyard, go in their neighborhood, do it, but leave my area alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that was all the folks that had signed up on the list. Now I want to know who came to speak that hasn't had a chance to yet. All right, let me see. Put your hands up, because I want to get through this process. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this side, 1 in the center, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on this side, and 1 gentleman in the back. So we'll limit it to that. What I'll do is I'll alternate. I'll take 1 from each side, and we'll work through this. So folks in the front row, who was it had their hands up? Sir, come on up. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Christian Wolf. I live at 9490 East 107th Place here in Commerce City. I believe I live in your district, Councilwoman Frank, and our yard is in your district also. We've got a couple hundred people, 500 people that work there. Schlumberger's across the street. Our company owns about 35 or 40 cranes that we use in this basin, and they all get serviced across 104th at Crane Works. And Mr. Teeter, we do business in Ward 2, right? We go to the Loves and Eagle Truck Wash and Alliance Safety. And I've done business at all these places, And I don't even have a company credit card. So you can imagine what the rest of the company is doing within our neighborhood that touches all of the businesses in Commerce City. I understand that people are afraid of fracking, and probably as an industry, we could do a better job explaining it. I'm not sure about this letter that went out, but the business is very mature. It's been around since the 50s. Of course, oil and gas in Colorado has been around a long time too. And fracking is just a small component of that. It's really not different than a regular well when it comes to contamination and fear. As a resident in the city, I would like us not to have this moratorium. I believe that you're probably educated on the oil and gas industry. It's been in Commerce City a long time. And so I just want to stand up and tell you that I appreciate living here, and I appreciate my company being here, and I'm against the moratorium.
Thank you. All right, gentleman that was over here, hand up that wanted to speak, come on up. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Wes Wilson at 2505 Yates Street in Denver. I'm formerly employed by the EPA and been working for some time on understanding the public health risks of this significant industry. My goodness, you staff face quite an ominous chore. This is significant industrial development. These large pads always release benzene and volatile organic compounds. They always release these toxic gases. This is when they're properly operating. And in addition to that, you have accidents. Let me take you through just a couple. Last October, SRC Industry out of close to Windsor had their fracking fluids and drilling muds come up an old abandoned well. You face that problem here too. Because if you have wells near some of these fracking locations, it could have the risk of coming back to the surface and contaminating groundwater along with it. In December 22nd of last year, Extraction, the very company supplying here, had a major fire at one of its large drilling pads in Windsor. Prior to the fire, they released tons of benzene. So much benzene that researcher Detlef Helmich could pick it up on his testing equipment over at Boulder Reservoir, 40 miles away. Benzene is toxic in any amount. Benzene causes cancer. Dr. Lisa McKenzie from the Anschutz Medical School has done some careful studies of the oil and gas industry here in Colorado. One of her first studies showed increase in birth defects for women living nearby. A second and more ominous study showed increase in leukemia cancers, a certain type of leukemia cancers, for residents near these oil and gas facilities. And though I live in Denver, what happens here doesn't stay here. When you have a cold day with little air movement, the VOC and benzene that comes out of Weld County and these future wells moves southwest towards the mountains. Some of our highest concentrations of VOCs are in Littleton. And VOCs, along with nitrogen oxide, make ground level ozone. We're not in compliance with the EPA standard. This county is not, with the EPA standard on ozone. And most of that VOC is coming from drilling operations here in the Front Range. You have an obligation to protect public health in this city. It's going to take you 6 months at least to understand what you can do and how you can legally do it. You have a big responsibility, gentlemen. Take it on.
Thank you. Who's the next person that had their hand up? Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Gary Arnold. I live at 3225 West Union Avenue. I'm also the business manager and financial secretary treasurer of Denver Pipe Fitters Local 208 and representing almost 1,800 members with a tremendous amount of those folks living right here in Commerce City. I just simply want to reiterate and say that I'm in support of a lot of the comments that were made tonight. This boils down to jobs and our members' ability to go to work and earn a paycheck in the oil and gas industry and give them the opportunity to pay their mortgages here in Commerce City, to go to the store and put bread on the table for those families when they get home at work at night. So we have a lot of interest here. The industry has proven that we can do these things. If you use trained, qualified workers, you can perform these tasks safely. The technologies have advanced. When you talk about the new closed-loop piping systems that are employed, the reduction of VOC releases, and some of the concerns are contained. This is about being able to take into account the economics as well as the safety of the community and the environment. Now, this comes down to the advancements that we made at the flow line rulemaking process, which took place earlier this year and went into effect last month, with certified welders, with non-destructive testing of all pressurized flow lines. Ultimately, what we looked at and heard during the presentation to start this off were some of the cases that took place in Longmont, and before that, Fort Collins. And ultimately, the judicial decisions that were made was this regulations fall under the jurisdiction of the COGCC. So taking a 6-month break on an entire industry is going to have a tremendous negative impact on those workers and their ability to take care of themselves and their family. So I would urge you to vote no on the moratorium, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next person over here, sir, come on up.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Brad Natho. I live at 10711 Idalia Way in Commerce City. I came here tonight because I didn't know enough about what was happening. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about this council. I've watched you listening and sometimes not so much. There are facts that are going on here that if Commerce City wants this legacy, without understanding all of the things, I think that we should move ahead right away. If Commerce City wants to be a city of growth, a city of new people, and a city with a future, we should take the time to understand things. I've learned things from both sides tonight, and I hope that you also have. Please take this into account, understand it. You know, driving, we understand a lot about cars. How many traffic deaths do we have a year? Fracking is relatively new. Let's understand it and do the best that we can for Commerce City. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Who is next on this side over here? Come on up.
Hello, I'm Genesee Penny. I live at 11899 Jasper Court, Commerce City. I am here to say that not all of the neighbors feel you need a moratorium. I am one of the people that live in this community that feel that is unnecessary waste of time. The letter that we received, as soon as I got it, I got online and started researching like everyone else, but there's a lot of information out there that is not right. There is science behind the fact that the oil and gas does not cause any health issues. On your own website, your website links resources to the state that have reports and data, and it all shows there's no health concern for this. I understand everybody thinks that cancer and everything else. Cancer is caused by a lot of things, but I just don't think this is it. The chemicals they use, they say, is only 2% of what's actually put into the pipeline, and it's pulled right back out. It's all water. The things that have happened in other states are because the state of Colorado has some of the highest levels of requirements. And I mean, we take care of our state, we take care of our country. The land division is incredibly careful on these things. I'm sure you all know this because it's out there. It's been out there for decades. We had a vote in Colorado about this recently. We all should have done our research then. The information's there. We don't need 6 more months to hear about it again. If you aren't educated, it's because you haven't tried. I'm sorry, but the information's out there. As for growth and time, the time that we need, this city is growing immensely. There is construction all around my neighborhood, all around Commerce City. We don't have the time to waste. These people are coming here. We need to be able to produce the fuel, the energy, the resources for all of these people that are coming. All these guys here that have jobs are spending money here too. If they leave, we lose economics. I'm sorry, I'm shaking. We lose economics everywhere. We lose economics in healthcare. We lose economics in the grocery stores. Everybody's jobs are at stake because one industry is taken out of the equation. And that letter that came, it's a beginning of a permit process that takes sometimes years. So this 6 months just adds on to those years. We just are running out of time when it comes to how much building we're doing here. We need to be able to supply that for these people that are moving here. So not all of my community feels that we need a moratorium, and you can rest assured that's true. I've been talking to a lot of people as well, so thank you.
Thank you. All right. Come on up. You were the person in the back, weren't you? I was. All right. Yep, we'll get you going.
It's bedtime. Hi, my name is Jamie Ho. I live at 15902 Village Circle in Commerce City, Colorado. Thank you guys for being here and taking probably a really long night for everything that you have to go through. We are fairly new to Commerce City. We've lived here for about 2 months. This is mine and my husband's first child, Autumn Rain Ho. She was born 6 pounds, 14 ounces in November. As being a new mother, I have a lot of fears. I worry if she's hot, if she's too cold. Sometimes I'll switch her out 3 times in a night just to make sure her temperature is just right. I worry if she's eating right. We have a garden that I keep in pots because I'm worried about the soil in our backyard because we're so close to the arsenal. I don't want to have to worry about if she's going to get cancer. I don't want to have to worry about whether her water is going to be polluted or if she's not going to be able to have children when she gets older because of the side effects. I honestly, being honest with you, am not educated on this matter. I wasn't. I haven't had an opportunity. It wasn't a priority to me, but it's a priority to me now, and I'm asking for the time to do the research that I need to. I'm not saying yes or no either way, because I'm not educated, and I understand your side of things. My husband, he works for the railroad, and when they started to shut down the coal, that affected us. I mean, we're an ecosystem pretty much, and everything we do have effects. But if you're wanting to grow business, there's other renewable resources that you can invest in too. This decision really is your guys' decision. And if you think you're educated on the matter, then you feel that way. But I don't feel like I'm educated enough, and I would like that time to be able to do that for her future. Because, oh my God, I never knew I could love something as much as I love her. So it's unfair that I have a baby, so sorry about that. But that's really what I have to say is please give us time so that we can either quash those fears or expand on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person from back here.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Paulus, 1660 Lincoln Street, Denver, Colorado. I'm the Associate Director for the Colorado Petroleum Council. CPC is a division of the American Petroleum Institute and represents all facets of the oil and natural gas industry in Colorado. CPC and its member companies are committed to ensuring a strong, viable oil and natural gas industry capable of meeting the energy needs of Colorado in a safe and environmentally responsible manner. CPC appreciates the opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinance tonight. CPC and its member companies are committed to ensuring a strong, viable oil and natural gas industry that meets the energy needs of our nation in Colorado. It is our goal to respect and partner with the communities where we operate in. With that being said, it is important that both operators and local government work together in good faith. We're concerned that a moratorium sends a signal to the oil and gas industry that there's not much interest to work together and address the concerns that you're hearing tonight. In Colorado alone, 253,000 jobs were supported by the oil and natural gas industry in 2015. These jobs provided $31.4 billion in state economic activity, with nearly $23 billion in wages that same year. CPC members have invested billions of dollars in Colorado's oil and natural gas industry, and it's our hope that we can continue to do so, because oil and gas development is a capital-intensive industry. A de facto ban on oil and gas development, which a moratorium could become, especially if it's extended, is a sign that Commerce City is not open to all business. And this moratorium could be a detriment to the city's economy and its workforce, as you've heard these concerns. We are also concerned that the short timeline this process has fallen under, it hasn't really allowed much of a discussion to occur between industry and various stakeholders. We understand that it was decided this ordinance would be drafted on May 21st to be put forth to the City Council meeting tonight. There has been no study session to understand the implications of this ordinance, and very little time for industry to address the city's and its residents' concerns. So to address the concerns over future development, CPC would urge the city to have a conversation first with the oil and gas industry before deciding a moratorium is the answer. We hope that we'll use CPC as a resource, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments tonight.
Thank you. Next person on this side. I'll get to you, Guillermo. Working our way back.
How do you do?
Good evening.
My name is Philip Doe. I live at 7140 South Depew Street in Littleton, Colorado. First of all, I want to thank you all for joining the Martinez decision in support of it. I think potential is foundational law for the state and the protection of the people and the environment. I heard some statements earlier in the evening about the regulatory framework and how consistent it is. Well, I've been in this business now for 8 years, since I retired from the federal government. And I'd just like to talk about one issue. And there are many issues you're going to discover.
Excuse me, the timer's not going.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Oh, he just sped it up. You lost a minute.
I just kidding. So I just want to talk about one issue. And you're going to discover beneath the surface on many of these issues is a very complicated mosaic about regulation. I'm going to talk about gathering lines. The state spent months looking at flow lines, and for good reason. A flow line caused the explosion in Firestone. But they're 1 to 2 inch lines, and they're low pressure. Gathering lines are the lines that exist after the flow lines capture material, and it goes either to a processing center or an underground storage. And yes, in this state, we first bring the gas up, and if there's too much of it, we take it downstream and store it again. We have 9 underground storage reservoirs in the state, and none of them are regulated. And if you think that isn't frightening, think of Aliso Canyon, the largest methane leak in modern American history, and it took a month to control it. But beyond that, look at what gathering lines are. They run up to 24 inches in diameter. They're high pressure. They have a life expectancy of 30 to 60 years. And Anadarko just announced last week that they were closing off one of their gathering lines, which turned a lot of small operators on their head because they use that gathering line to bring their product to market. The reason is it's too old, and corrosion and welding links start to break down over time, starting with 30 years. Nobody knows how many gathering lines there are in this state. And it's inaccurate to say that the Federal Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration administers that. They don't. I wrote an article about this a couple of months ago. They regulate about 5% of the gathering lines in this state. I estimate that there are 16,000 miles of these gathering lines that are not being regulated because they are, quote, rural, as if rural people don't count and the rural environment doesn't count. Now, they understand the problem that's represented by this, but you think that this national administration is going to put more money into regulation of gas and oil pipelines? Think again. That's not going to happen. So it's going to be incumbent upon you to find out how many of these gathering lines you have within your city and how many more gathering lines it's going to take if they build another 100 to 170 new pipelines. All of that stuff has to be transported someplace. Gas has to be transported in a pipeline. It's the only way it can be done. So those things have to be explained to you, and you have to have the assurances that you're protecting your people against an explosion. Just last week, they're claiming in North Dakota that it's going to cost $90 million to clean up one pipeline. One pipeline, $90 million. And that's a commonplace. It happens all the time. That's a tremendous amount of liability for your citizens and for you. And you have to be very careful when you're looking at this moratorium if you understand all of these subterranean things. The Serpent
I have
was one.
to stop you there. Matter
Okay,
of
all
fact,
right, but you
out
get
of
my point.
everybody, you got extra because it didn't
Thanks.
start.
Thank you very
But
much.
thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Yeah.
All right. This side of the room, was there any folks left that had their hand up? One more. Come on up. I need to stick with I don't want to keep adding to the one. So whoever was the original 5, I believe, that were on the side. We're getting really close. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Susan Good, and my address is 17938 East 105th Avenue. I appreciate your time and listening for both sides.
Would you pull that down just a little bit so everybody can hear you?
Better?
Yep, much. Thank you.
I ask you, I urge you to vote yes on the moratorium. And the reason for that, as a resident of Commerce City, I learned about what was happening with the fracking about 2 weeks ago. Because I'm a resident of Reunion, and I'm not in and I don't know the terminology, but because I'm not in the pool, I learned about it from neighbors and others who actually received letters. So I'm educating myself like many others. And with all due respect to the oil and gas industry, your emphasis is on industry. I live here. From what I understand, there are multiple well sites that, if this is approved, will be 8 blocks from my home, from the neighborhood and my neighbors and the children who play there and the kids who go to school and our churches. And I've been educating myself a bit, and given the limited time that I've had from learning about this. I read a Forbes article that was dated February 23rd, 17, and in 700 studies, there was more than 80% of health studies documenting risks or actual harm from fracking, based on Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. And I would think that they are a very credible organization. What they found were respiratory problems from toxic gases like benzene, wastewater disposal sites, and fracking chemicals that are harmful to pregnant women, resulting in high-risk pregnancies, noise from drilling and truck traffic, resulting in increase in blood pressure and other health issues, spills and accidents and water contamination, and seismic activities, earthquakes, and extreme activity in Oklahoma. I would say to you, if you have a plan as you sit there tonight for addressing all of these risks and hazards, then you'll vote no on a moratorium. But if you don't have a plan to address all of the health issues that the people and the residences in all of these areas, based on the map that you saw earlier, then I urge you to vote yes on a moratorium. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next person that was on this side.
Do I start the timer?
Start the timer. Thanks.
My name is Harry Gregory. I live at 827 East Fifth Avenue in Denver. I have a son who is 33 years old. In his lifetime, there has never been a month of below average global temperatures. He has never breathed air with a safe level of CO2. American Petroleum Institute has been covering up the dangers from emissions for 60 years. Everyone in the room knows clean energy is the future, and we have the technology that we need to make that happen. Jobs and tax revenue don't disappear, they shift to clean energy. There is no reason to continue putting public health, safety, welfare, wildlife, and environment at risk for infrastructure and dirty energy we don't even need. Please support the moratorium. Use the 6 months to study the timeline to scale up clean energy. See if the companies that are losing money can even get adequate bonding. Study the number of jobs in clean energy versus dirty energy, and the availability of job retraining resources for people who need to make the shift out of the dirty energy industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Mayor Ford, members of City Council, my name is Rich Coolidge. I'm here on behalf of Vital for Colorado, a pro-business coalition of 85,000 Colorado businesses, associations, and individuals, 1,200 of which live right here in Commerce City, who signed our 7 principle pledge promoting the benefits of energy industry in Colorado and opposing bans and moratoria. I'm here tonight to encourage you to oppose the 6-month moratorium. As we meet with our coalition partners, working through red tape is one of their top priorities. We consistently hear this from our business leaders. Maintaining regulatory certainty is imperative to their strategies and growth plans. They strive to be good partners and comply with local regulations in the most efficient way possible so they can focus on their jobs and paying good wages to their employees. Unfortunately, this half-year timeout is a step in the wrong direction because it threatens that regulatory certainty and expands the red tape. We see this as unnecessary since the city already has an MOU process and capable city staff dedicated to implementing that process. We ask that you trust your staffers in the process to identify the best path forward for all the stakeholders and vote down this ordinance. The current process in place already has a robust outreach component to work with residents to find compromise and answer questions. Let that process work. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Come on up.
Eric Goodmanson, 11030 River Oaks Lane, Henderson, Colorado. I would beg you to vote yes on this moratorium. Look at forward thinking. Look at renewable energy. At what cost are we going to allow fracking in our neighborhoods? Would other counties or cities allow fracking in their backyard? We're talking about fracking drills blocks from people's houses, blocks from schools. Oil is a natural resource, and it's globally traded. Is the oil that these companies are going to get is going to stay here in Colorado, or are we shipping it out of state? Where's the money going? Everybody keeps talking about businesses and supporting business, but if the money isn't staying here in Commerce City from the profits from these companies drilling, it's not a benefit to the city. It's not a benefit to my family. People don't want fracking in their backyard. We don't want the health effects. We don't want the environmental effects. in our area. And I would ask you to vote yes in the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have the gentleman in the back. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Mike Saletti at 6747 East 50th Avenue. I'm here as a business owner to speak to the process because there are rules in place at the state level for fracking. There are rules from the commission, the Oil and Gas Commission, that affect fracking. There are communities, other communities in Colorado that have fracking. Moratoriums are nothing more than a delay tactic to go after oil and gas. Folks want to tell you that clean energy is the way of the future. We can't build enough solar panels. If you look at how solar is created, it's not a clean process. You can't put up enough wind farms to generate enough energy for our economy. If you look at the base of every propeller, there's an engine powered by natural gas. So we have to get past the moratorium and look at the process. You either trust what the state has done, you either trust what your staff can do, and you accept your responsibility as a city council to stick with that process and go through that process, or you don't. Those rules are in place for a reason. The process is there for a reason. And as a business person in your community, it is always of concern to me when folks seek to change the process midterm because it leads to uncertainty. My business has been in Commerce City for 14 years as of this week. So we look for certainty. We don't like to change midstream because that means our business is at stake, our employees are at stake, and that's not good for business and that's not good for building communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cerna.
Guillermo Cerna, 14122 East 102nd Place, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. The first moratorium is the reason that we're here. It created the opportunity for these companies to do an exploration right around Peña Boulevard. It gave the permission from the community by our city council with the blessing of the community. All I see right now is a community that is looking towards their future and their children's future, and a community that is looking at their future. But they're both scared. They fear what we really don't know. It was one drill straight down and then pouring water into there and all that type of stuff. Well, now it's going to go in different directions. More water is going to be used. And why do we need commercials if everything is topsy-turvy? Think about it. This community gave growth $300 million for these people to come in and create this growth. We put in 1,200 acres. We double our population because of industries that other cities don't want. Everybody used to talk bad about Commerce City. We were the stinking town in the Denver metro area. If it smelled bad in Denver, it was because of our fault, even though all their shit was coming through Commerce City. And then we sit here and we look at pointing each other instead of working together. 6 months is nothing. And it did work well the last time. Give yourselves that opportunity to bring them together, because they're not together. When an industry comes in here and is well prepared, they learn from the past. And they're not going to stop until they get what they want. But you represent the people that have moved in, the people that are established in the old town, and they're looking to more future. So listen to what the community said, listen to what the business said. Let's get it going. 6 months, nobody's going to know the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, did we cover everybody? I'm going to allow one more, and then we'll get to business. Come on up.
Thank you. My name's Joan Morelli. I live at 16867 East 106th Avenue in Reunion. Thank you for letting me speak, and I'm no expert. I'm a union member. I throw bags for United Airlines. I'm terrified of this fracking idea. I'm begging you to ban fracking in Commerce City. We don't need that. That's messing with Mother Nature. It's not natural. Solar is. Let's make a lot of solar panels, put these guys to work. That's got to be so much safer, building solar panels to get the free sunlight to make energy instead of raping Mother Nature with this fracking. Please, I'm begging you, don't allow this under our homes and our schools and our churches. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We've heard everybody in the audience. I'm opening up for a motion.
Or do we have discussion?
No, we'll have discussion after I get a motion. Mr. Douglas.
Well, I know that Councilman Paulo Diaz, being a ward representative, Ward 4, wanted to be here, and his vote counts. And I'm not sure about putting this on the table right now because he's not here. I want to make sure that everybody here on council can weigh in on this, and right now there's only 8 of us.
All right, Mr. Douglas, I appreciate your comment, and I know Mr. Douglas was here the night that we had the motion and sent this forward. I need a motion from somebody on this topic tonight. If I don't receive a motion, it will fail for lack of a motion. Mr. Douglas.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move this moratorium until July 2nd. Or, let's see, hold on.
Okay, a motion on the floor.
Wait, let me get the date right.
Just for clarification, the council's next regular meeting is June 18.
June 18th. I'd like to move this moratorium vote until July 2nd with a study session. Actually, I would like to wait on the moratorium and do a study session on July 9th.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Clarification, Mr. Huseman.
Clarification is, I'd like to wait on the moratorium as far as a vote and go to a study session on July 9th.
If I could clarify possibly procedurally, it could be a motion to postpone this ordinance indefinitely, which would mean the ordinance itself would die. It could come back at a future date, but that you would then schedule the topic for a study session on July the 9th.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
You want to reiterate your motion, Mr. Douglas?
I'd like to table the vote for the moratorium and move to a study session for July 9th.
Is that what the city attorney said, postpone indefinitely until?
Postpone indefinitely until...
We would just postpone indefinitely, and then there would be a study session, following which a new ordinance could be brought for consideration.
Okay.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Mr. Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Now I'll go to discussion. Is there discussion on the motion before us? Mr. Douglas?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate everyone coming down and speaking. I appreciate citizens being here as well, and the industry. You know, the reason why it has come to this is we have asked Extraction, when they first initially were notifying our citizens in Commerce City to come forward to Commerce City and have a discussion. Extraction declined. They did not want to have a public discussion with their citizens. So this is why we're going through this process right now. And you know, we did have fracking that occurred outside our city limits back in 2011, and that was a vertical drilling that wasn't horizontal. They did frack that, and it ended up being a low producing well. They wanted to come back and frack that, but it was just too expensive, so they decided not to do that. This would be the first time that we've had any kind of industry as far as drilling, fracking in Commerce City. And right now, it's a lot coming in. And understand about jobs. This is not about jobs. This is about safety and health and welfare of our citizens. I got served. I got elected to serve 60,000 people in Commerce City. As a matter of fact, on average, our growth rate is 2 families of 4 moving in every day. And those are new people moving in here because of what Commerce City has to offer. Our northern area, we're lacking in the services. We have leakage of over $300 million worth of leakage that goes outside our city. So as far as saying that money stays here, those folks have to take their money elsewhere because we don't have the services to accommodate them. We lack sit-down restaurants, big boxes, a lot of things we don't have, which we should have, but we don't. We are a new growing city. We have established city down here, and yes, we do have industry as far as Suncor. And, you know, we're making sure Suncor does what they're supposed to do. They're a huge impact on our environment. We have so many kids who live within our community who have asthma from Suncor. So I understand about the industry coming up here and speaking, and I did talk with a couple of representatives from Pipe Fitters 208. I'm a union member myself, 41 years. I go to DALF meetings. I attend all kinds of things. I just don't come to council meetings and deal with the situation. I understand about the health and safety of oil and gas, and it's not pretty. And for someone to say that there's no effect, there is effect. There's benzene and youth blood for kids taken in there, taken in the air, and the benzene in the air and the methane that releases off those fracking sites. It's there. And it all depends how close you are. And this is a concern because we're having 50-something miles of wells come out underneath homes. We had one fracking come here in 2011, but now this is something different. This is affecting people's property values. We're talking about insurance companies probably won't insure us if there's any kind of earthquake, any kind of settlement, unsettling in the soil that causes cracks to your home that is not natural, that is man-made. There is no insurance cover for that. I have 5 children. They all went to college and graduated at $2 recently run, trained for a marathon. One decided that she wanted to do the 3 mile, which is just a race. The other one decided to do a half marathon. Well, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. This is something we need to take time on and make sure that if this is going to be allowed. I just went to 2 gubernatorial candidate forums for governor, and every single one of them are looking at the future of energy and that they want to make sure we're 100% renewable in 2030, 2040. And that means the folks who are in the fossil industry will be the first ones that they're going to look at to make sure when there's job conversions, they're the first ones who are going to reach out for retraining to make sure whatever way we go for energy, you guys get first dibs because your jobs are important. I was opposed to a 24-inch pipeline that went through here, high-pressure gas line that went through our neighborhood. It didn't have to go through our neighborhood, but it did because Excel wanted the cheapest route they could because they owned the land. There was other routes they could have taken to take that high-pressure gas line down to the Cherry Creek plant, but decided to go the cheaper route. I was opposed to that. But they came in and they put the pipes in. What I was happy about the process is they used union workers in order to seal those pipes. And I applaud that. I applaud that they use a union contractor. Those folks who were doing that work, they were able to have the weekends off. They work 8-hour days. They weren't stressed out. But this industry also doesn't guarantee that it's union trades. And you talk about Adams County, there's been a lot of problems in Adams County. But this is Commerce City. This hasn't happened here yet. And the fact that they're, from the pictures I saw, and plus there's been 3 or more applications want to come in, and then today one was coming in today. So you think that that's safe? It's not safe. I don't know. I'm not going to tell these folks here that I agree to something I don't even know. And I know about the industry, but I don't know the cause and effect. It's not just 1 year, it's a lifetime. And for those methane emissions to come up through the ground, I'm looking at what happened up in Firestone. And that wasn't just from fracking, that was from flow lines that were abandoned and some were cut. They did not have the sulfite smell of the gas that's released that's into your home that we can smell every day. When your gas is turned on, you go outside your gas bin, you can smell that gas because of the sulfite. That gas coming through from the natural gas does not have a smell. It's odorless, it's tasteless. And what happens is when that stuff is released into the ground, it comes up. It's natural. It's going to be to an area where it's easy to travel, and there's all kinds of breaks in the earth. I look at the volcano, there's those fissures that are happening in Hawaii. Well, there's fissures that happen when you break the ground underneath us too. We don't know where those go. It's not a controlled. It looks real nice and animated on pictures, that drill going down and cracking. Recently there was, I'm sure glad I don't get 3 minutes. There was an incident over, well, not incident, but there was an application that was withdrawn through COGA that there was going to be looking at fracking on the Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge. Good thing they said no, we're not going to, right now we're going to not accept the application, come back next year. Well, we went to Washington, D.C. back in March, and we talked to the Pentagon because the Army was overseeing the cleanup on the arsenal. And they were happy that that didn't take place. They don't want to have to go through another cleanup. That's a lot of money. So we don't have all the answers. And for someone to say that through midstream we're going to stop a process, this is not a process because we haven't had one. These are regulations we put in place to make it stringent. We just had the marijuana industry come in here talking about what was opposed to them in taxes. So yeah, we have could have a cause and effect on a lot of things, but that was voted on by the citizens. But the citizens are here today for us to listen. I want to make sure everybody in council understands what's going on before them. We have 4 new council members. They don't need to be subject to industry coming here and telling them what they need to do. They need to be educated themselves. And that takes time. The last time we had this back 2011, it wasn't one and done. It was several months of talking. This industry coming in and sitting face to face having a conversation. Those uncomfortable conversations have to be heard. That's the kind of conversation you should have. Not the, oh, well, you should do this, you should do that. No, it's not. You have to know what this area is as far as geographically where we sit on this portion of Colorado. What the Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge, the past has that control. We had a 1 mile ban around there that there's no drilling because of what happened on the arsenal. People don't know that. But we have to make sure things are done in a safe way, and we take everybody's interest in this. Because when it comes down to it, I'm looking at the citizens as far as who voted for me. Who voted for all of us. Even the ones who didn't vote for me. I still represent them. But I also represent the industry that's here too. I know Liberty's down the street here in Commerce City. And I've seen that place grow. They have all kinds of equipment down there. So it's not like you guys are hurting for business. Because you guys, even though you're 10 minutes down the street, you have server places. Residential drilling is only 2%. Counts 2% of what you guys drill. 2%. That's it. I understand if it was like 50% or so. It's 2% of your revenue. So think about that. Thank you.
Mr. Madera.
Yeah, I just wanted to let people know that this is one of the most difficult decisions that I think a lot of us had to make up here on council, because there is a lot at stake, and we are torn. We represent everyone in the city, as well as the best interests in the city. But I just wanted to shed some light as to the process that the city takes when we go about oil and gas. Just because there isn't a moratorium doesn't mean that we don't have the citizens' best interests at heart. Every application that the city gets, we work with the industry directly to come to an agreement for setbacks and where the drilling is going to take place and all the logistics from how fluids are going to be transported. We try to get pipelines and do everything as safely as possible to get what we can within our means. At the end of the day, this is legislated at the state level, it's regulated at the state level, and that's where the change needs to come, because a lot of what we can do as a municipality is, we can talk, we can oversimplify this all day, but until something's done at the state level, and I've been looking at some of these applications that come through, and there's 1, 2, 3 comments on the COGCC website. That's where these things need to be addressed. I know there's an initiative coming up on this November ballot trying to increase the setbacks. So, come November, the citizens will have a chance to vote as to what they think proper setback should be for fracking near not just residential, it's covers a wide variety of occupied buildings. But along with that, I've heard some arguments today about leases and how big the area is where people can drill. It's not that simple. The industry owns leases for certain areas, and those are the areas that they can drill, that they're limited to. That's where they own the rights. So we can't just say, you can go over there, this is a big shale, there's plenty of places to drill. That's not where they own their lease. So we can't just kick them off. Again, that comes down to the state having our best interest in mind and working with us to make that determination. So the what we've taken as a city is we work with the industry to get more than what we would have got had they just gone through the state. And so that's part of the issue when we're voting on the moratorium here is, we have to think about what are going to be the issues down the line if we vote on a moratorium. What kind of effect will that have on what the industry is willing to give us in concession, whereas before we would have worked and got more. At the end of the day, our concern is with the health and safety of our community, preserving a quality community, and we do that directly with every application. You may not see that in a big glamorous speech up here on the dais, but I just wanted to let people know that we are working behind closed doors. We have great staff that's working for your best interests, and even if you're not seeing it as a speech up here, just know that we are here to serve you.
Councilwoman Frank.
So to respond to Councilman Douglas's comment about extraction declining discussion, I do know that one reason that they did is that they had not filed a permit with the city, and they were waiting until a permit was applied for so that they could have the correct discussions with neighborhoods on where those sites were going to be. And until they have exact locations, it's hard for them to have a discussion when they don't have the exact sites. With pushing this to a study session, I think that it would be good to take that time to review our current regulations in light of, the development since 2012, so that council can consider the recommendations and whether revisions are needed. But I also feel, with doing a moratorium, we're kind of extending the inevitable. Like Councilman said, the state controls this, and if we put too many restrictions and try to block communications, I want to make sure that we can work with these companies and have a say in the locations and have a say in how they respond to us and have a say to tell them, you guys have to be talking with neighborhoods. You guys have to conduct business this way. And I don't want to jeopardize those relationships either. I understand where you all are coming from. I've had the mineral rights letters sent to my house as well. And I think a little bit of time will help with that from everybody's standpoint. But I just want to make sure that we take this time to review our regulations and provide what's best for the residents in Commerce City.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on a few things that I think are extremely interesting in having to sit up here and listen to both sides of what's going on. Because, especially with 4 new council members, number one, my first observation is I can't thank you all enough for a civil discussion, for civility in coming up here and making your comments. That's important. Number one importance for us as a city council is the safety of our residents. Number one concern. And you know what? I care about all you folks, and I care about your livelihood. I care about all you folks, and I care about your health and safety. We all live in this community too. I have 4 kids, and I have grandkids. Grandkids are at my house. I want safe for everybody. And I went through this in 2012, and we had a lot of discussion. I think what keeps coming back is what our role as a city council with our powers, our authorities, what they are. So we do not control that downhole issue. If we wanted to stop this side of the room from drilling, we could do moratoriums. We could say, you know what, let's stop it forever. The state will come in and sue us. It will, it's not if, they will. And that's going to cost all of our residents a lot of money. So how do we get to the point where you all can get your message to the body, the authority that has the ability to empower some restrictions or something on the oil and gas industry? That makes it very tough, because when we see somebody come in here and hold up a baby and say, I want you to make sure we're safe, I know we can say, you know what, let's just do all the moratoriums you want. Let's just ban it. I want you all to know that part of our concern and what goes through our mind is, if we ban it, if we do a moratorium, even a 6-month moratorium could mean that we get sued by the state. And like all these other cities that have done it, they've all got sued, they've all lost, and they're the ones that now have paid a price. And those blue lines on the map, the state still lets that happen regardless of what the 9 of us want, regardless of what anybody wants. So it's very frustrating at the local level without authority to be able to stop and do what you want us to do, and to be able to just okay what you all want to do. And so on the oil and gas side of it, I have to tell you, I'm disappointed when we reach out to extraction. And I told this to the COGCC. I told them I respected what Ryan did at the last meeting and come up, and he was very civil. And I said, I'm disappointed. When we have operators that want to do business in this community, we need to have a civil discussion. We have put together back in 2012 an extraction agreement, which is regulations that we control here at the city. Setbacks, air monitoring, noise monitoring, traffic, impacts for damaging our roads. We put everything that we had the ability with our authority to put into place. And we thought, hey, that's great. Now we're hearing about, hey, maybe, you know what, if we get these tested, we might get beat on these in the court of law. We are taking everything to the highest standard we can, and we did back in 2012, and I want to have those civil discussions. I think that is truly important. I want everybody in our community to understand what our authority is, what we can and can't do, and that we will do what we can to be the best. I also want the industry to know that if you're going to be here, we want it to be safe. We want to make sure that the children are safe. We want to make sure the air is safe. We want to make sure you don't damage our water. I heard comments about water. Commerce City doesn't control its water. South Adams Water and Sanitation does. We don't have a water district internal. It is a separate government, and we want them to provide our residents with safe, potable water. It's just like a school district. We don't have any authority over the school districts. The Rocky Mountain Arsenal was brought up, and how those lines cross over the fence into the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. One of our concerns was in our regulations that we did in 2012, we said a mile setback from the Rocky Mountain Arsenal to any oil and gas operations that will happen in Commerce City, for the reasons that you stated this evening. What I think is important for you to know, that land on the other side of the fence is the federal government. And some of that land still has privately owned oil and gas interests. And they can drill a well inside the fence next to 96th Avenue, across the street from a house, and Commerce City has absolutely no say. We did our best to protect the perimeter of that refuge. The downside to it is we have to sit up here and know they can drill inside the fence. We try to keep them away from it. Now they can go inside. That makes our job extremely tough. We want the best for our residents. And like I said, we live here too. I want the best for all of you. I have to tell you, this is an issue that banning or not banning is a state issue. It's not a local issue. And I'm willing to listen to my residents. I'm willing to use all the powers that we have to sit down in good faith and work with operators to make sure that whatever they do in our community is safe within our authority. But it's really tough when we sit here all night and we hear, don't do anything, and do, you know, stop it all, or don't stop it all. There's a fine line for us of what we can do within the regulations of the state and the federal government. And we all took oaths to uphold the laws of the state of Colorado and the country of the United States. And so we know, we watched Boulder, Longmont, Erie, all of them getting sued over and over. Thornton just got sued over their regulations. We can put them in, we can do them and make you all feel good. That doesn't mean they're going to hold any water. So all I ask for, without going into whether we would ban it or not ban it and everything else, I ask the oil and gas industry formally to please have your operators come in and have a civil discussion with our residents so that we can do our best to work together under the laws of the state of Colorado. And I ask our residents to help us impose the impact fees and the legislation that we can at the municipal level to hold oil and gas accountable within our community. But to come into this room and say, let us drill anywhere or stop it all, puts every one of us in a bad position. And so I think if all can be agreed, I want to have those civil discussions, and I'm looking forward to the meeting for the study session to see who from the oil and gas industry is there reaching out a hand saying, we're willing to have these discussions. And I want to look to our residents and say, you know what? I know you come in and you say that there's people from that aren't in our city that are speaking over here. Well, 2 weeks ago and even tonight, there's people on this side that are not from our city that are speaking here too. And so I want our residents to look at what we can do from a legal perspective without putting our residents at harm's way from litigation by crossing the line with the state and their authorities, and work with us to impose the strictest regulations we can, but we have to do it in conjunction with the folks on the other side of the room. So if we can keep civility and get the operators in the room to communicate and get the residents in the room to communicate, I'm ready to go through what we did back in 2012. But that's important to me. So I'm glad tonight is ending up where it is so we can have further discussion. Because I could tell you all, if we voted up here to stop oil and gas in our city for 6 months, we'd be right back in 6 months with the same exact meeting we're having tonight. And again, 6 months later, and 6 months later. And we would get sued, and then we would say, okay, we've tried, on the backs of our residents. So let's work together and work it out without being one of those cities that spends millions of dollars getting sued, and try to have a better deal than anybody else in the state by working together to get the health and safety of our residents the best way we can, and to allow you guys to get to your resources and your rights. So that's what I'd like to do. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it happen in any of the other cities that have dealt with this, but I'm willing to give it a try. Mr. Huseman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by saying thank you to everybody that has come. I want to thank all the residents who have come, waved the green flags, put a face to the need for us to have this conversation. I also want to thank the resident who came and said, you know what, I live here and we're not all against it, providing that opposing view, which is something that we haven't had up here for the last couple of meetings. Lastly, I really want to thank the people in the industry that came and put a face to the industry. It's very difficult whenever industry is labeled as an entity and you don't see the faces of the people that make up that industry. You don't see the people that actually live, work, and spend money in our community. And although I do agree that we do have a lot of leakage and we do need more retail and dining, we still do have people spending money here. I was over at Subway last week and some employees from Schlumberger came over to eat Subway. You know, those are people that are putting money right back into the community, and I think that's important. This is probably the hardest thing that I've ever had to contemplate in my life, and that doesn't go lightly. I've sat in meetings where I've had to make recommendations on the career of people. I've had to do performance reports on people that could either sack their career or set them up for success. You know, having that ability, I don't know, that's not the right word, I'm sorry, having that responsibility to make those decisions is, it's massive at sometimes. And knowing that we sit up here as a body of 9 and having to make decisions that affect 60,000 people within our border, plus the people that live outside the border, the people in unincorporated Adams County, the people downwind in Denver, and everybody else. And it's a massive responsibility, but it's all one that we all willingly asked for. We all went out and asked you guys to put your trust in us to do the right thing. And yesterday morning, leaving church, I asked the pastor to please say a prayer for me that I can do what is right by the city. I can do what is right by the residents. And also that I have peace with that. Because this entire issue has been stomach turning. I have not had a good night's sleep in I don't know how long after listening to all this, after knowing that it was going to come down to having to make a decision. I do thank Councilman Douglas for his opinions on oil and gas. I thank Councilman Madera for pointing out the fact that we have certain restrictions. I thank the mayor for pointing out the restrictions and the fact that 6 months is probably not going to do much. We're going to be right back here in 6 months having the same conversation. The same gentleman from the media is going to be packing up his tripod and walking out the door. You know, it's what's going to happen because 6 months isn't going to provide a solution. Now, I made the motion that we have this discussion because discussion is important to me. We heard Councilwoman Frank talking about the ability to get together and the ability to have those conversations. We heard the mayor reiterate those, and we hope that those go forward. But we have a motion on the table that's from Councilman Douglas that we indefinitely postpone this motion and that we bring it up to a study session, given the fact that there are only 8 of us here, given the fact that we are a body of 9. I do think that it's important that we make sure that everybody have an opportunity to vote on this issue, and I'm not comfortable continuing having a vote with only 8 of us sitting up here. So I support Councilman Douglas's motion to postpone indefinitely and to have a study session on July 9th. I know for a lot of you, you're probably figuring out where July 9th come from. There's some logistics there. I know a couple council members have trips going out of town over the next couple of weeks, and so I think that July 9th is probably the first opportunity for everybody to get together and have a meaningful study session. I would hate to see somebody not be in attendance of that study session. I do hope that we can bring in everybody, citizens, industry, representatives, experts for that discussion, and would also ask that rather than that study session be in our normal room, that study session be held in these chambers here so that more people can be in attendance, so that any presentations that are being given can be thrown up there and possibly even televised for those that have commitments that prevent them from actually coming to council chambers and do that. But I do believe that postponing that at this time, you know, we don't have any applications in front of us, you know, so, you know, putting 6 months out there if we put a 6-month moratorium out there and no applications were going to come in those 6 months anyway, then did we just shoot ourselves in the foot? You know, so I think whenever we start trying to look at everything with reason as opposed to just looking at everything with emotions and we try to figure out what is truly best for the city, for everybody involved, I think that's the right way to go. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify on the moratorium and ban. Yes, there was a lawsuit from Longmont, from the state, for proposing a ban, but as far as a moratorium, there's as far as that being contested, Boulder had a 5-year moratorium, and our Attorney General at that time, back in 2015, contested that, and the judge dismissed that. So it ended up that May 1st of 2017, it went away on its own. It wasn't extended, but there was a 5-year moratorium in Boulder. So moratoriums are not new. They've been around, and they have been, as far as contested and all that, yes. But it's more of a pause, and just don't think we have a moratorium, nothing's going to be discussed. It's just, this is a complicated situation, and it is. I mean, I wish we had this kind of pressure. I mean, as far as services, amenities want to come to Commerce City, we had that challenge, but we don't. So, I appreciate everybody being here tonight, and I just wanted to clarify on the ban and the moratorium. Thank you.
Councilwoman Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here this evening. We did need to hear both sides. And while this isn't my first rodeo, our first rodeo, I should say, in 2011, when we were elected, our very first meeting was faced with fracking issues, and we had to educate ourselves very quickly and make some tough decisions. And so fast forward to this time, I can appreciate the comments by my colleagues here and opinions, but now we know where we're at, right? We've seen both sides of the industry and the residents. So now we can have this discussion, and we can have more information available to us. So by postponing this discussion, I think it gives us some time. While I wasn't in favor necessarily of a 6-month moratorium, I felt like maybe we did have to pump the brakes a little bit just to have that discussion and have that dialogue, and to get everyone on the same page, and to educate ourselves further, and also to review what the city's stance is on this. And we have an excellent staff that I trust wholeheartedly. And I sit here tonight, I have a family emergency, and I sat here while my son is fine at home. I sat here to listen because it's important to me, because I do represent both sides, both the industry that is in the city and the residents. And so I just want to say thank you again. This warrants for further discussion, and I know that this isn't anything that's taken lightly. I can definitely tell you that we've all had some stressful moments even leading up to this, and even though I missed the last meeting, I did watch it remotely from where I was at, and I know these issues are important, and they're important to me. They're important. This is my community. I was born and raised here, went through all Adams 14 schools, so I'm vested in this community. So my thought for this is that I hope that we can continue to have these discussions, the industry coming to the table on a regular basis. Not saying that they haven't, but now that you see the resident concerns, we really need to just collaborate on a more aggressive level at this point. Thank you.
Okay, this takes us through a discussion. Have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll ask for a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, looks like it's 7-1, and the motion's carried. And we'll look forward to the staff preparing that study session and having more dialogue. I want to thank all of you for coming in this evening, and look forward to seeing you for more collaborative discussions. Thank you.
And Mayor Ford and council members, just to clarify, for that study session, we'll prepare it on the issue of the moratorium, and then I will confer with the city manager about the format for that and allowing outside presenters. But I think this presentation that Mr. Tinklenberg is going to introduce may have insight into some of the other issues you raise.
Yep. All right.
So the next presentation is regarding public outreach, and as you heard in the comments, there is certainly fear on both sides of the issue. There is a lot of information available on the internet and various sources of possible information. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation out there as well, and so.
Roger, can I get you to hold on just one second? I need
Sure.
to make for the record, Councilwoman Elliott will be leaving for the rest of the evening. Now you can continue.
Okay. So we've put together a possible strategy for outreach, and we really want it to be tailored to what the council's expectations are And so turn it over to Chris Kramer, who is one of our experts on oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. The purpose of tonight, it's a fairly short presentation. Staff has talked to you a little bit already about some increased communications that staff is having with City Council regarding the ongoing oil and gas issues. If you recall, staff had outlined 2 weeks ago that there were going to be a few new steps taken. One was going to be a series of updates to the oil and gas page on the city's website. If you visited that, we continue to make enhancements to that website, and we're continuing to evaluate those. That was one step that was mentioned a few weeks ago. Second was going to be presentations to City Council regarding updates on activity that has occurred in the prior month. That's scheduled to occur on the third Monday of every month. And then the third additional step outlined was weekly updates attached to the city manager's update sent to City Council, giving the outlining the activity updates in that week prior. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to talk about some additional education communication components that staff has been discussing over the past 2 weeks and wanted to get council's input on these efforts. So again, as you can see here, our purpose is to run some of these ideas by you and get some information from council and feedback on some elements of this. Again, as mentioned last time, primary purposes behind the public and the council communication efforts are to provide inclusion, receive input from the public that council can utilize in a lot of their decision making, to help educate city council members, the staff, residents, the industry. The industry needs to be educated about citizen concerns, the citizens. There's always opportunities to be educated about the technology, the state processes, regulations. So there's opportunities for education to occur on a variety of fronts. It's also going to hopefully provide an opportunity to empower the public by showing what they can do as a part of this process, as well as building trust with all parties involved. And that was a process and some concepts outlined a few weeks ago for City Council. Some of the additional strategies that staff is proposing, or at least putting on the table for council's consideration. One is to hold a public forum. Now, this was put together before tonight's conversation about the July 9th study session. Assuming that we could get the industry present to make some presentations, I would offer to you that council proposed this. I'm looking at the city manager's table to confer if my assessment is what they would agree with, but that seems to be in line with what we were trying to do. Give an opportunity for the public and the industry to provide their input so that City Council could hear a lot of the concerns, so that the voices on these sides of the table could be heard. It's also an opportunity for education to occur. Again, education from the residents, education from the industry, and it's an opportunity to record these concerns for future efforts. So that's one of the first efforts that we had contemplated, and again, it sounds very similar to what City Council approved tonight. Another one is some follow-up presentations that might occur after that. And there was a lot of discussion tonight about education, trying to provide more education. You'll notice further down it says presentations to council. I think the idea was to take advantage of the third Mondays that we had talked about providing updates to City Council, bringing in some third-party objective folks to provide on various topics, and we have some topics on the next slide just as by way of example only, to present to City Council and help provide background, whether that's of the scientific nature, the regulatory nature, et cetera. The benefit of doing it at City Council meetings is obviously that we get a chance to record that, put it on the city's oil and gas website, and it becomes a future reference as well. Another idea that we had is to provide a specific oil and gas booth at the outreaches, especially the Northern Range outreach, whereby we could maybe have a questionnaire and hear from folks that maybe haven't been participating thus far to get a chance to hear from them about some of their concerns, where they stand on the issue, et cetera. Finally, obviously, if we're going to be eventually ever discussing any potential changes to any ordinances or regulations that the city has, we will obviously need to have some study sessions with the Planning Commission. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the potential presentations to City Council. We'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. Finally, we certainly want to continue to enhance the website, provide as much good information that we have as we can there. It's interesting because the city still has not received an application for a city process yet. The only applications that have been submitted have not been to us, they have been to the state, Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. So we are certainly doing our best to pass along that information, providing links where residents can provide comments to the state. But obviously, if the city ever receives applications, we certainly are going to notify that on the website immediately as soon as we receive that. However, we have the city newsletter that's going to be coming out in July. We had proposed to provide some information and updates to all the residents who receive that about a lot of the recent activity that's going on and ways for them to provide input to the city, and obviously a link to the website as well for them to be able to get caught up about all the applications that have been submitted and the city's process for dealing with that. So as I mentioned, there's the potential follow-ups for these presentations that would be made to City Council. This is in no way intended to be a set list or the discrete speakers. We would still need to find sort of objective third-party speakers who aren't necessarily representing one side or the other, but that might be able to provide topics on an array of subjects. So, for example, I would hope that we would be able to bring in somebody from CDPHE to talk about environmental issues, health issues. That's the state group in charge of regulating those. That is not representative of the industry or nonprofits or advocacy groups. That's a sort of a third independent group that's in charge of regulating that. Our hope is to bring in representatives like that for a variety of topics. Staff is still obviously doing its best to get up to speed on a lot of these things as well. A lot of the engineering, a lot of the geology, a lot of the science behind this is obviously not something we have a background in or a degree in, but it's certainly something that we hope to get up to speed on. We think that that might be beneficial for City Council and the public as well. So therefore, we're hoping that these presentations, again, this is not a set list, just ideas of the kinds of things we would like to think about pursuing as speakers to the council. So some of the topics, some of the questions and feedback we would love to hear from you is, A, does this approach, do these additional steps that would be in addition to what we outlined 2 weeks ago, are these hitting the mark? Are there things we're proposing you don't want to see? Are there things that we don't propose that you do want to see? Are you in support of these outside presentations? Those are some of the feedback that we're hoping to get from council tonight. So staff is available for any questions you might have.
Councilwoman Frank.
I was just going to say, I think I would be in support of any type of, public outreach that you do, to help educate the residents. I think all of these are great ideas. I just think the more communication that we have and the more information that residents get to help them understand, what our limitations are, but it can't, I don't think it can hurt anything. So I just think the more the better.
Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Chris, for the presentation and suggestions. I do have a few that I would like to add to the list. With staff, look at them and see how you could arrange that, or not all, but some, maybe one. But I could send you some names and contacts that would be very helpful. Like I said, we don't want to put it away to our citizens that we are for one. We have to remain neutral in this so they can get the best information they can, but also up-to-date information too, things that have occurred that did not go well, because this is not, as we know, is safe. So we got to make sure what is presented to our citizens is educational, informative, and it does go with their health, safety, and welfare.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
could I just to follow up on that, Councilman Douglas? So you actually have some potential speakers or a potential speaker for one of the presentations to City Council that you'd like to be considered?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Guardiola.
Thanks, Chris. One thing I would add on the engagement strategies is social media, Chris. I think there's a lot of rumors out there on Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, my neighborhood. So if the city, which has a Facebook, if they could put out factual information, that would be great too.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I could just clarify that, just real, just on social media to get the types of information disseminated, are you looking for sort of background and facts about oil and gas the industry, or more specifically about what, I guess, which there's.
I think anything you put on our website, or if you're putting stuff out in booths, you just have to hit every medium. So whatever you guys are putting out on the website and the newsletter should follow up with a social media post. Some people don't go to our website, they check Facebook first.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Huseman.
Thank you. One thing I'd also like to see as a possible presentation would be a breakdown from the legalese that currently exists within our own ordinance and regulations, as well as the state level. I think what we've demonstrated is that a lot of people don't have a firm understanding of what actually is permitted by what agency and what is not permitted. So breaking that down into something that we can all understand and don't need a JD degree in order to understand it would be great. So, also, it would be nice if we could have the industry partner with us to have tours, have touch a truck, have things where residents can get out and understand the process a little bit more. Examples of what the fracking liners look like, and and that kind of stuff, and the precautions that are taken to make sure that things, whenever they do occur, will occur as safe as possible. So that may allay some fears that people have. Probably not all, but maybe some.
I have one, Chris. I think it has to be fair for both sides. I think that our residents need to be heard, and I think the industry needs to be heard as well. So I want to make sure that we try to balance things so that it's not overwhelming one side or the other. I'd hate to have the industry just come in and control everything that went on. I would hate to have the opposite. I think we need to allow both sides to communicate in a good dialogue.
Can I? Mr.
You
Mayor,
can.
So are you referring to the July 9th study session, or are you referring to one of the ongoing potential educational presentations?
I think it's all. If we're doing social media and we're putting stuff out there about what's the industry standards and everything else, I think you ought to have some of the resident desires as well. I think if you're going to have a study session where we're going to hear from the industry, I think we need to have the anti-oil and gas folks too. And I think it has to be collaborative. I don't want to show a precedent for one side or the other so that we can get balanced information. That's what I want.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, that's helpful. I think when we had previously thought of some of the ongoing educational presentations, the desire was, or the idea was, to not necessarily have an advocacy for one side or the other.
That's
to try
my
and,
point.
Yeah, so.
But I don't want to have advocacy for either. I want both to have the same amount of type of input so that we get the factual information through our staff.
Okay. Thank you.
There seems to be no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know some of you all took a break. and it looks like some are going now. But I will have to tell you, that I'm okay for a little while. I think I can get through the meeting. But someone needs to turn the dang air conditioner up, because this place was packed with people, and it was cooler than it is right now. It is really hot up here.
You got a fan?
Huh?
You got a fan?
No.
Let's turn it down instead of.
Down?
Yeah, let's turn it down instead of.
No, let's not. All right, CDBG Annual Action Plan is next. It is hot, man. Cheryl?
Yes, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Let's do this. Today we're going to be reviewing the draft 2018 Annual Action Plan. And the presentation encompasses the recommended activities to fund with the upcoming 2018 Development Block Grant allocation. And the allocation suggestions are described in the plan. My job each year is to reach out to the community, the nonprofits, the city staff and departments, accumulate all their input and ideas and applications, and then formulate that with the assistance of the CDBG team into an annual action plan. And since it's getting late, and since we've covered a lot of this information a few months back in our study session, I'm just going to hit the key points. So the consolidated plan, which was adopted back in 2016, is our umbrella. It's our guidelines. It's our roadmap, and it has 5 basic goals and top needs. It's neighborhood revitalization and public facilities, housing, economic development, and public services, as well as fair housing activities. And the purpose of each year's plan is to identify and prioritize community development, economic development, and housing needs, to set the goals for that year and the outcome measurements, to demonstrate the need for the projects, also serve as the application to HUD for the funding. And you've seen this before. The area in pink is the target area map. In this area, about 73% on average is considered low to moderate income by HUD, and we will be spending a minimum of 80% of the funds in this area through the whole 5-year program. Now, each year I am in charge of doing a public outreach campaign. We've had a lot of input from several different departments and assistants. We've updated the webpage, city newsletter, notices in the Sentinel and La Prensa, Facebook, Twitter postings. We've done numerous meetings, presentations, interviews, and had a nice uptake in citizen contact this year. A lot of folks contacting our office. So the input that we received helped formulate the annual action plan. We gave formal presentations to over 40 organizations, meetings and phone interviews. We had 9 of those, presented to 10 city departments, and citizen contacts by phone and email was 12 when I did this. It's now 20. And just so my math is wrong at the bottom there, we actually reached 211 folks and 59 organizations or departments. So the CDBG team meets 3 times a year in the beginning of the year, and we take a look at the program, and then once the applications come in and they're summarized and ranked, or not, they're assessed for risk and viability by me as how well they'll do with the HUD program. Then they're scored by the team and the eligibility, and if they're eligible, and do they meet a national objective is one of the criteria. Are they consistent with the consolidated plan? What are the benefits and impacts to the city? What is the agency or the applicant's experience and ability to actually administer and spend this money in accordance with HUD guidelines? What is the benefit to the low-mod income residents in the city? And do they have any committed leveraging funding? And then, was this project identified in existing city plan outside of the consolidated plan? So I'm going to take a few minutes and go over this chart. This table here, this is the ranking and funding by the CDBG team. And I'd like you to notice, first off, we did receive additional funding this year. We should receive about $462, or $462,444. And this is an increase of $46,900 over last year. And also I'd like to point out that the public services cap, this is HUD regulated, we can only spend 15% of the total funds received in public services. Everything else has to be non-public service. They kind of like this to be a more brick and mortar type of program. So looking at the top section in public services, we did receive 14 applications with 20 projects. We had 2 applications withdrawn because of what would be excessive paperwork required for the amounts that they're requesting. So they opted out. So what we ranked first was the Police Department's Domestic Violence Victim Support Program. You've seen that from last year. This is a continuation of funding. A new one this year is Access Housing. And this is a staff increase. Actually, before I go into Access Housing, I should give you a little more detail on the DVV program. What it is, it's temporary assistance to the victims and their families through rent payment or mortgage payment and utility payment is what's offered here. The Access Housing, then, staff increase is they're asking for staff increases to actually increase the hours that their staff works. And then this will expand their services to assist families that are in crisis, homelessness. It also provides temporary and long-term, up to a year, housing and extensive education for self-sufficiency in the housing market. And so they've been around for, I believe, 16 years here in Commerce City, and that was ranked number 2. Then the Economic Development Department came in with a Small Business Resource Center to do a contracted part-time equivalent staffing increase. This would allow for walk-ins on site, coordinating with additional nonprofits to come in and do additional training and technical assistance to existing small businesses and emerging small businesses. It would provide bilingual materials and outreach for these facilities and what they can do. And they would help start what the Economic Development Department is calling the new financial literacy program and a small business revolving loan fund, help get those moving forward. Now, as we look at the remaining funds, it's a little over $300,000 remaining. We recommend 4 of those programs. First is Brothers Redevelopment Paint-a-thon. I'm sure you're familiar with this. It's for homeowners that are either disabled or seniors. It's exterior painting of the home and a yard cleanup. And Brothers would be doing the coordination and execution. The grant would be funding the paint and other disposable consumables supplies. It would help about 17 homes. The second one is the Arapahoe County Weatherization. It also includes Adams County, even though it says Arapahoe County, they do both. This is an outstanding program, excellent reputation. They are looking to do the energy audit, energy efficiency upgrades, and they can also repair or replace combustible appliances like furnaces and hot water heaters. This would help. We've actually increased the amount they asked. We're hoping to help about 13 homes on an average of $5,500 per home. The Economic Development Part 2 of their application is actual physical improvements to the SBRC. So this includes router upgrades, phone upgrades, display upgrades with a projector, because it's currently not up to date, not as desirable, so a lot of nonprofits aren't using the facility. It would also install a smart board, lockable cabinets, and replace the front window, which has been damaged. Then the fourth one on that list, this is the minor home repair program. And this is also a continuation of last year's funding. This is owner-occupied low-mod homes that will receive a grant to pay for health and safety, accessibility, energy improvements, and other structural type repairs. It's helping the seniors age in place and improves the quality of our housing stock here in the city. So that's an increase over last year's at $155,655. All 7 projects then make up what the annual action plan is proposing. Bless you. And so reviewing back, going back to the consolidated plans, we're able to tick off several, 3 new goals, which is energy efficiency, the employment training and financial assistance for small businesses, because they'll be able to use that facility to train their employees. And then we're expanding the homelessness prevention, because the domestic victims program not only helps the victims take a breath and get reoriented, but also prevents homelessness. So what's next with the CDBG program is right now we're in the middle of a 30-day written public comment period, which ends June 29th. The public hearing is coming up on the July 2nd council meeting. And after that, I'm hoping that council will adopt the annual action plan. And then I will get it ready and submitted to HUD by August 10th. And then hopefully about 60 days later, HUD should come in with an approval letter for us. So staff is here to answer questions. Do you have any feedback?
City Council have any feedback? Mr. Douglas.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I do like what I see here. For the folks who are in need, how is this going to be filtered out to them? Something that's through the mail here at the city? What's this? How can they? I'm sorry. What's your outreach program? I should ask.
You bet. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Word of mouth is already spreading. The 20 contacts I've received are from citizens who've heard about the program through my outreach we've had public input meetings and notices in the paper and the newsletters. So the word's getting out there without us really saying it's ready, let's go. But we'll have everything on the web, including the application. I go and reach out to the seniors. The Seniors Center is on board with us, and we'll also help get the applications and the word out. It's everything and everything I can think of.
Yeah.
We're putting together flyers right now for the booth, which I was at last year and we'll do again this year. And if you have any other suggestions, I would love to hear them. Travis and I have been working, we meet monthly on how to get the word out on the different programs and how to get feedback in and what's needed.
Yes, once this is adopted, if council approves this, I'm sure they will. I hope they will. And when that happens, maybe we could do something as far as pamphlets on the internet where we could share information. So, thank you.
And if I may, Mayor?
No others. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Yep, you too.
Thank you.
Next item is the E470 Authority presentation. Cancel.
So you're going to move that to...
I know, but it doesn't say that on my information.
Right.
So we'll go into administrative council business. Does anyone on council have any administrative council business? Mr. Douglas?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was informed by one of the residents over in Harvest Meadow that, I'm trying to think of the name of the company, has to do with booting cars in Harvest Meadow. I guess it's through their Metro District or so, because they had HOA, now they're in a Metro District, they formed. And they had a notice about, recreational trailers, oversized vehicles being parked on the street for a certain time or out in front of their home. And if it's out there long enough, they'll boot it. And they said that they're actually contracted with Commerce City. There's a letter that went out The gentleman was going to give me a copy of that so I could send it to you guys, and I just saw him this morning, so I can get that information. But are you guys recall anything?
Not aware that the city is involved. The only other possibility would be if police department is working with someone, but we'll have to find out more information. So if you do get the letter, please forward it to us so that we can check on it and get back to you on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I want to comment on that as well. This has been concerning me for a while when I started seeing people getting their cars booted from not on private property, but on public streets, from an outside agency that doesn't control the streets. We haven't given any authority, so it puts us in a really compromised position with our residents if their car's getting booted by some company that an HOA or a Metro District hired. And we're not the ones enforcing that. And if they're, we have our laws of the city to abide by, and we need to, when it's public property, if there's an issue, we should be the ones to do the enforcement and the management, and every subdivision should be treated the same when it comes to public roads. So I don't know why we still have a company booting vehicles on public property. And can you imagine that if all these other Metro Districts and HOAs started taking the law into their own hands on our public streets, the kind of problem that we would have in this city? So I brought it up before. I think each subdivision should, the entire city should be all treated the same. And so we either enforce the way we're enforcing, or we go get our own boots if we have to start booting things, but we do it equally across the city. We just don't let companies come in and without our authority, because this council hasn't given that authority to anybody. And so if there's people still booting cars, I want to know why, because they don't, as I recollect, we haven't given that authority.
No.
And we need to stop that from happening if this council isn't supportive of an outside company enforcing laws on our streets in certain areas of the city. And if we need more officers to do the job, this council needs to take that up too. But it just feels like there's someone's hand in the cookie jar when it comes to enforcement on our public rights of way. Enforce all the private property you want, because that's how the law works. But to have people enforcing the laws that are the city's responsibility without authorization from this council gives me some heartburn.
I just found the name.
Mr. Douglas.
The name is Park It Right Service.
Park It Right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Huseman, you had something? No? All right, Mr. Madera.
I guess this is more a question for the city attorney. Can we send him a cease and desist letter or anything legally?
There are a number of options like that available. A few weeks or months ago, a representative of the Riverdale Dunes Metro District, Charles Wolfersberger, came in to speak at Council Citizen Communication about the use of private parking enforcement to enforce deed restrictions in certain covenant-restricted communities. Depending on the nature of the layout of those communities and the reach of those covenants, was their HOA or district's hope to be able to enforce those covenants in that manner, I believe, using this company. The city manager and I met with him a few weeks ago and are working to find a potential solution to bring up a citywide comprehensive parking management plan and what role that may play in it, because that was the request that was made to council, and I believe there was some direction to investigate that from the council that evening. I mentioned to Mr. Tinklenberg that City Manager's Office was working to find a date to bring that up to hear the input from council on this item, and if it turns out to be something along the lines of what the mayor or Mr. Madera are indicating, then I think a swift resolution could be found.
You know, I can't help but comment again, because we look at Bell Creek, we look at the issue with the signs that went up, we told they weren't going to go up. I mean, so I just want to make it really clear, if we're going to hire outside companies or allow them to come in, I need some boots in my neighborhood. They need to be in every neighborhood. But if we're not going to have it, then it doesn't need to be anywhere, and we need to do what we do as a city. So I'm concerned about it.
I could have answered that question with a simple yes. So if
Thank you.
council's direction is to review that, and if it's appropriate, send that, I'd be happy to look into that and do it.
Yeah, I'd like to move to have them stop with the parking booths until we can come up with a city plan for the entire city and not just their neighborhood.
Is there a second? Mr. Guardiola?
I'll second.
Discussion. Thank you, first of all, for making the motion. I will be supportive. And you're right. We need to not allow it to happen because it's impacting our residents. And I get it. Other residents are being impacted by cars parking in front of their houses. It's happening in my subdivision. I know it's happening in everybody's subdivision. But we have to find a better way to do it than allowing one subdivision to hire an outside company to boot cars. So until we can find a solution that is beneficial to all, we need to not show favoritism to one neighborhood versus another, because that will cause division in our community. So I will be voting yes. All right, seeing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Is there any other administrative council business other than the letter that I have? I'm going to let Benjamin push his light right there. There's a letter that I need to have the authorization from the council to be able to sign. And I would like Mr. Huseman, you can read it or you can have Robert read it, and so that our residents know what the letter says, and we'll go from there. Mr. Huseman?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and read it. I do want to preface, though, that this is a follow-up to our advocacy trip that we took to Washington, D.C. Most of you should know that we advocated very heavily for support from the federal government to help us with the issue of trains. So this letter here that is draft that the mayor is requesting our approval for him to sign is to Mr. Ron Rees, who is the Highway, Rail Crossing, and Trespasser Programs Division Staff Director. It says, "Dear Ron, it was a pleasure to meet with you and your colleagues when my city council members and I were in Washington, D.C. last March. I am sure you continue to be busy with the business of train horns, quiet zones, and blocked crossings. Along these lines, there are some items that I want to follow up on. As we discussed, block crossings continue to increase as a problem for Commerce City. A day does not go by that I or my council colleagues do not encounter some complaint via phone, text, email, Facebook, Twitter, or Nextdoor about a train blocking a road and sitting there for some time. In the first quarter, we had 25 complaints, whereas only 9 were received the previous 9 months. Sometimes we have 2 trains blocking one intersection, which you can imagine doubles the frustration. We certainly want to be helpful to you in finding some ways to alleviate this problem. The Rail Data Network using IBM's Watson sounds like a good platform to share information that may further shed light on these challenges and others that communities face with ongoing railroad commerce. Please keep us apprised of the development of this resource. Ongoing dialogue is also useful, and I think it would be productive to chat on a quarterly basis, probably by phone, to briefly share updates on what is happening in our community. As you mentioned, we would welcome the involvement of your colleague, Steve Fender, in such a conversation to gain the benefit of his perspective. Please let me know if we can schedule something soon. Additionally, I greatly appreciate your efforts to assist us in strengthening our relationships with the railroads. While we check in with local representatives, the city believes establishing some connection to additional railroad officials would be helpful to our cause and greatly appreciate your advocacy on this front. We also want to continue pursuing the concept of an app that could warn commuters about train blockages. You mentioned that your operational folks may be able to provide some feedback on this idea, and I want to see if you have anything to share on this item. Please accept my gratefulness for your continued interaction with Commerce City over the years. You are a valued connection to our community, and it means a lot to me that we can regularly call upon you, upon your experience and expertise. Sincerely, Mayor Sean Ford.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Mr. Hughesman?
I'd like to make a motion that we allow the mayor to sign this and send this next day air.
All right, Mr. Guardiola.
Second the motion.
A motion and a second to allow me to sign the letter and send it to the Federal Railroad Administration. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Is there any additional administrative council business at this time? Seeing none, we'll go into reports. Our city manager is not here, so we'll go to Deputy City Manager. Go ahead, Roger.
Thank you, Mayor. We have several things in the city manager's update. As you recall, it went out on Wednesday, which is the new format now. We are providing those in advance of the weekend, so council members have an opportunity to read that over the weekend. Just a couple things to draw to your attention. One is that we've been notified that the railroad, Burlington Northern Santa Fe, will be scheduling a closure of East 88th Avenue, just west of Highway 2. And that'll be for several days between June 5 and June 12.
Let me stop you real quick there. Can we get that on our Facebook so that it can be shared, so we try to let our
It's on there.
residents-
Yeah, it's
All right.
on there.
I just want to make sure that we're getting out to the residents the best we can.
Thank you all. Yes, we can.
Okay.
But again, that's weather dependent, and so as a result, you know, the dates could change, but wanted to make the public aware of that. Also, there was included in the report on the green yard waste event, as well as the retail attraction report for May. Also, a report on the water flow and pressure on Tower Road. That issue has been resolved. And as you know, the city manager is out of town for this week. And then in addition, the oil and gas update was attached to the weekly report. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Robert.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. As the council knows, the city council voted to participate in the amicus brief in the Martinez case, which was successfully filed and accepted by the Supreme Court last week. I also attended a meeting at the Municipal League last week regarding a recent 10th Circuit Federal Court of Appeals decision involving the Glendale Urban Renewal Authority, which had impact on a blight determination made there and an impact on their plan moving forward, so that we can be apprised of any impact on the city's own URA activities. And we may be asked to participate in an amicus brief in that as well to the 10th Circuit, which I would recommend supporting. And then finally, I signed on behalf of the city a tolling agreement extending the tolling agreement between Adams County Communities and Denver regarding airport activities. And in regard to oil and gas, it'll be in the update on Wednesday, but I believe the city filed a response to a Form 2A application with the COGCC last week, consistent with council overall policy direction. So be on the lookout for that one, stating some objections to, I believe it was Petro Operating was the applicant in that case. So,
thank you. All right, I'll get into my report, and I'll let anybody add anything after I'm done for anything I may have missed. The highlight, one of the highlights, but a pretty major one, was the opening of Bison Ridge Recreation Center. And for the record, I want to thank my colleagues on this council, my colleagues on the former council, and all the staff that worked so hard to do our best to deliver to the residents what we believed they wanted. I want to also thank the residents for their support with 2K to be able to allow us the opportunity to build that facility. I know we expanded that facility, what the original design was, by a lot. It went from about 60,000 square feet to 108,000 square feet. And I know it doesn't have every amenity that every resident would like to have, but it has a lot more than what we had before. And I think it's also very important to add that we made sure that we put the equipment in for the pool and everything else to allow for an expansion at a later date, to be able to expand that rec center and that pool. We also own 100 acres adjacent to that rec center for what's supposed to be the first regional park in Commerce City. So we are planning ahead, and we're planning into the future. And I know I keep seeing people say, well, it doesn't have a hot tub. Why doesn't it have a hot tub? You know, it doesn't have tennis courts either. It doesn't have all the amenities that every person in the city would like to have, or it would have had to been 10 times as big and 10 times as expensive. So we want everybody to utilize it. It's a great facility, and most of the people have said they're really appreciative for what they have, but they're the ones who helped us to be able to do that. So then we had the Memorial Day Parade, another big event, the 54th annual, and a lot of folks got to see us hand out awards this evening. I think it is important that we recognize all the folks, not just in our community, in our city, but nationwide, that have helped to fight and protect our freedoms in this country. We don't say that enough up here on the dais, and to have the folks that were here from 1968, graduating class that were veterans, to be able to serve on this council beside people like Rick Teeter, that was in Vietnam, or Benjamin Huseman, that served 20 years in the Air Force, really makes me feel good about the folks that are involved in this city. But we don't give them thanks enough. And so with Memorial Day just beyond us, I want to make sure we thank all of our veterans. And we should thank them every day for what they've done for us as a country and what they continue to do for us amidst all the bad things that go on in the world. You see the Vietnam veterans come back and not be respected. You see our veterans today coming back and having this high rate of mental illness and suicide. We have to take care of them, and that's important. And we need to take care of them as a city, and we need to take care of them as a nation. All right, joint dinner with School District 27J and the City of Brighton. I was unable to attend that. I was out of town in Kentucky. I don't know who all went, and I'm assuming it went well. But I want to thank the council members that were able to attend, and give me an update when you have a chance. Rotary, which I try to make every week. I did not make it 2 weeks ago because I was in Kentucky, but I did go this last Wednesday. I had a meeting with Mark Bush. He's a developer up in our northern range. He's been doing Buffalo Run, I think it's Buffalo Run, and the 120th and Buckley area, the homes that are around the golf course. He's interested in doing more and partnering up with other significant names that have developed in our community in the past. And I know they're specifically looking to develop some multifamily housing, which I know we have a need for in our community. So that was intriguing. National Donut Day. It was interesting. Last Friday, They asked me to be at Tasty Donuts, and I'm going to put a shout out to Tasty Donuts. They've been there for a long time. 1929, I believe, is when they opened their doors. And I've been going there since I was a kid, since, before I can even remember. But they still have great donuts. And we have a lot of locals that go there regularly. And I got to be there for several hours on Friday, and I got my fill of donuts. Not that I need to eat any donuts, but I did get my fill. Saw a lot of the local older guys that were there. I do have a gentleman, his name is George, and I want to request from the city council the opportunity to bring him in. His birthday's coming up towards the end of June. I'd ask the staff to prepare a proclamation for this gentleman. He's going to be 100 years old, and he's been a part of our community for a long time. He goes to the donut shop all the time and has his donut and sits with our locals. And I've done that in the past, and we just don't see a lot of folks regularly turning 100 years old. And it was funny because I was sitting there talking to the gentleman, and he said, I got a bone to pick. And I said, okay, well, I'm here. He said, back in the day when my kids were little, the school bus would stop in front of our driveway, but they couldn't ride the bus because we're on the wrong side of the street. And I got to thinking to myself, man, how long ago was this? Because, that's before I was even born, but I actually thought about reaching out to 27J and seeing if I could get a letter of apology for the gentleman as part of his birthday present. But I will get the details of the gentleman's name, and I would ask to be able to reach out to the man. The contact would be Glenn Murray, our local farmer, to get those details. I know he's working on doing something for the gentleman for his birthday. He would know the contact and how to get a hold of him and be able to bring George in and give him a proclamation from the city for turning 100 years old. But Donut Day was great. I think I got to be on the news about 4 times. A lot of residents were walking in and saying, hey, saw you on the news, had to come down and get a donut. So I'm hoping Tasty Donuts did really well, but I hope it's not just a one-day deal for National Donut Day. Please use our local businesses to get your services that you can. Nobody knows better than me. There's not places you can go buy washers and dryers and stuff like that, couches in our city yet, but those goods that you can purchase here helps the small businesses to survive and create more opportunity for new businesses. Last but not least, we had, again on Friday, a joint launch with the City Council of Denver. And I want to thank the mayor and the council from the City of Denver for having the relationship they have with the City of Commerce City. They've been very helpful on things like the Pena ramp. We couldn't have got that done without the City of Denver being there to help us. A permanent connection to the Denver line out on Tower Road to backfeed our water system. There's a lot of things they've helped us with, but we're also helping them, and we're helping to develop Tower Road from our border up to Pena. And by reciprocating and working with each other, we're able to provide a lot more to our residents by having that help from the City of Denver because of their size. And they truly respect Commerce City for how we've operated regionally in the past. So I have to give a shout out to the mayor and City Council of Denver. That concludes my reports. Let's see, Mr. Huseman.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the city manager report that Mr. Tinklerberg mentioned, and specifically the retail attraction report. I'm struggling to find the right words where I can express frustration with our lack of economic development in this city without expressing frustration with the people who work very hard in that department to make the services a reality. I look at this report, and one thing that stands out to me is attended the Taste of Adams County event to introduce city reps to restaurant managers for future business development. And I'm struggling to think if I saw anybody from staff that was there, other than a couple council members who were provided free tickets by Councilwoman Frank. And although we attempted to do some outreach on our own, I didn't feel like the outreach that we attempted to do was well received by city staff. And this is not in any way a dig towards that. It's a struggle as we're reaching out and trying to find businesses that can come to Commerce City and provide our residents with the services that they are desperately begging us for, and not feeling like we're getting the level of attention that needs to be addressed on some of these things. So I would like to ask that we have a very in-depth, deep dive study session into the economic development process and look at ways that we can refine that to potentially make it more beneficial to the residents who are relying on that department to bring them the dining and retail that they desperately beg for. I think we spend money on that department. We spend money reaching out, trying to get things done. We're very successful when it comes to industrial. We have the new warehouse going in down off Tower Road. We have McLean out there, both great facilities. There's another facility that CBRE is about to invest in over by the rail yards, which I think is great. We do really good in that, but we are a city that is trying to grow up and be more than just a bedroom community. We're trying to be a community where people can truly live, work, shop, play, do it all. And we don't have that. And this is not a north versus south. This is across the entire city. It doesn't matter where you go. You just heard the mayor say you can't buy a couch in Commerce City. You'll struggle to find a washer and dryer in Commerce City unless maybe you go out and get a used one from somebody. But if we truly want to grow up and be a big city, we got to get these businesses in here. And I said it a couple months ago at the retreat, we need to start thinking outside the box. And quite honestly, I haven't seen that. I've seen the same mentality, the same in the box, closed-mindedness, not willing to reach out to things. So I'm asking for all my council members' support to put an emphasis on this and say, yes, you do agree with me that we need to revamp this. We need to find new ways to market the city that goes beyond what's in the report. And I'm not going to address every little thing in the report, but the cryptic nature in which stuff happens, the vacuum in which it happens, we met with so-and-so but won't tell us who so-and-so is. This is incredibly frustrating, especially as we're out there beating the street ourselves trying to get people to say, you know what, that looks like a great place to open our next restaurant. So I think I've pontificated enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other business to come before the city council this evening? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you all for coming in tonight. Robert, can I see you for a second? Please.